Hello, everybody. Welcome to Session 5, Chapter 2, Session 5, rather, of the Imris Saga. We didn't rewind time 3 or 4 months. I forget exactly how long it's been.
To a time that Sean wasn't here for that session.
Yeah. We swapped Sean with Sara.
This time Sean, it's an alternate universe. We're in that fight, but Alveron's here and Medea's not. And we lose, probably.
Exactly.
Damn!
Mm.
Just because I roll like shit doesn't mean I...
No, it was the flight. Medea was very useful because of the flight.
I could order us a flight. Alveron could do
Useful.
that.
Not the same. Not the same.
Alveron's trying to talk to the manager of the fight. Like, please, can I talk to your manager?
Okay. Last time we did Dia's session. So I don't really need to do much recap there. But just for the players who were absent, we kind of saw a little bit of their new knightly order that they founded, the Order of the Ethereal Stag. Met some of the new recruits, one of which had a old friend visit, ostensibly to join up, but then revealed to be a turncoat amongst a group of cultists who came to kind of warn Medea about their impending assassination. After talking a bit with this newcomer, Medea, as well as Galloway, who was their friend, went with Corbin, the turncoat, to the desert where these cultists were hiding out in some kind of ship buried in the sand. There wasn't much tactics in that fight. Well, I suppose the two gnomes hid off to the side while Medea went and sort of banged on the front door, so to speak. Where
there's a lot of tactics in that fight.
Yeah, they encountered, much as Corbin had said, a few cultists who were not that trained in combat, but surprisingly rolling very well and landing hits. As well as this warlock, this kind of death warlock, and a long dead barbarian who Medea vaguely recollected as being an adventurer some years ago, who's they weren't a zombie or anything like that. They were there, but there was a purplish glow to their eyes, and they seemed to be under control. Eventually, the party won out, although not before Galloway died. Full died, like died. No revivify, thanks to damage. And the fact that I don't think Medea can cast Revivify anyways.
Yes.
But on their way back to the city, trying to bring his body back to find somebody who could resurrect him for more powerful magic, a scroll which had been in his family about 8 hours, well, exactly 8 hours after his death, activated and reincarnated him to a dwarfen body. And that's basically where we ended. So this session, however, we're going to pick up the day after your guys' party had ended. Sorry, 2 days after your guys' party had ended. The day after you had finished speaking to the Suthana. We find Alveron standing at the docks, standing next to Callum. And the two of you are looking over this brand new ship. Alveron, you can see before you an unnamed ship. It has no markings or anything like that on the side. It is flying the colors of Talentvagon at the moment, amidst its bright, fresh sails. You can see it's a sizable ship. Not the largest you've been on. It's maybe a little bit smaller than the Blackened Skies, but it seems to you to be a much sleeker ship. I'm forgetting, you have... I should check this. You have vehicle tools water. Go ahead and make me a vehicles water check, but with intelligence instead of dexterity or anything like that.
Gotcha.
So that will be just flat int plus proficiency.
Gotcha.
I don't believe you have expertise.
Yeah, because I don't have. I do have the tool proficiency, yeah, but not expert proficiency.
Yeah. So just you can hit in, and we'll add 3 to it.
Yeah. Let's see here. Do. Yeah.
It's a very modern type of ship. It's definitely a larger ship, but you're kind of, as you're looking at it, you might need somebody to help you figure out. It's not obvious how quick it might be or how many cannons it might be as you're glancing over it.
Gotcha.
You are greeted, as you were looking for, by the dock master, who was kind of waiting, expecting you. After leaving to go do something very quickly, he returns, kind of bumbling down the docks. He's probably the fattest Elcar you've seen. Most of them tend to be like on the slimmer side, whether that's just a like natural part of their being or their diet or something about them. Most of them are pretty slim. This guy is maybe not fat, but largely built. He's a very thick man. And so he's like obviously making very loud steps on this walkway up to the ship. As he approaches you, he says, well then, what do you think? How do you like it?
Just take a moment, just look away from him, take in the ship, aft to stern, and she's beautiful. I had no idea the Sultana would be quite so generous.
Well,
Alveron, sir.
The Sultana had commissioned this ship back before they were crowned, actually. It's been in construction for some time, I suppose. Whether they knew that you would be coming for it, I have no idea. But it is a fine piece of work.
She remains unnamed?
No. I believe the Sultana said that you were allowed to pick out a name for her. Should you please?
It's a true kindness. I would say it's like walk me through her dimensions, or do you have her plans? Do you have her schematics on hand that I might see her before we take a walk?
I do. They are on board the ship. I've laid them out for you. I've also taken the liberty of gathering the crew for you to meet. They should be all aboard, perhaps below decks. He'll gesture for you to ascend the gangplank.
Excellent. I'll motion him along with me and continue along. Good. I'll let him take the lead and make the overture that please continue to tell me about the ship. Describe her as you will. I'm trying to get a read on the crew, by the way. Is there people stumbling about aboard? I'm guessing that they're loading her up with supplies, powder, fresh water, and everything.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of that work has been done. There's mainly some people, as you are kind of stepping onto board, there's some people milling about, kind of, you'll get the sense that they're new to this ship as well. So there's people kind of double checking ropes, making sure that they know where the supplies are, shifting some stuff around as they're taking a look at the deck. And when they start to notice you, at various points, you see heads start to come up and come to attention. Seems that they've maybe been waiting for you since they've heard about their new captain coming today.
Andrew, what's the Elcaran rank structure like for the Navy?
For the Navy, it's pretty similar to most other ships that you've been on. You can make a history check, but I'll give you proficiency in this kind of history check.
Yeah, I also would have asked about it before we came. Sure. I would have asked them, hey, I haven't sailed with your Navy before. Is it captain then first mate? What's the breakdown? Just so I didn't seem like an ass and order somebody around I shouldn't.
Yeah, as you're looking, as you think about that, you notice there's a sizable portion of the crew who is not Elkaran, who are humans and dwarves and all sorts of other the races of Imris. But you know that the terminology, like translated into common, is pretty much the same, like the systems. So there's a first mate generally. A quartermaster would be below that, quartermaster or bosun. Some, depending on the particular ship. And that's usually like the top three. Then there's, however, it depends on the size of the ship. There's usually an officer in charge of an area. So there's a head gunner, a head rigger, obviously, kind of thing. Usually the first mate is the one who is piloting. That's the most common sort of thing you would have been explained in Elkaran navies, and that's not unfamiliar to you.
Mm-hmm.
Elkaran navies, you do know, they tend not to engage in as much hand-to-hand combat as you would probably be familiar with. They're more about sinking ships than capturing ships. So, like, you have like first swords and stuff like that. When you asked about that sort of thing, they would tell you that they don't really have as detailed a ranking system for like melee combatants aboard the ship.
Gotcha. Okay. Understood. All right, you said it's like a wash of Elkaran and humans and dwarves and...
Yeah, I would say about half the crew seems to be Elkar, so still the bulk, but the other half tends to be a mix, a good portion of humans. You do see a dwarf here and there, and so on. And as you are getting aboard, and you see there's a large table that's been set out with kind of like the drawn schematics of the ship, and this dockmaster kind of bangs his foot on the deck and will yell out, "Captain aboard!" All the crew members will begin to start to gather in line. You see people start to head up from below deck, whatever they might be doing. And they've kind of arranged themselves in a couple rows. So at the very back, you see what seems to be kind of just deckhands and more general kinds of crew members. And then above that is what you would guess to be the officers of the ship, as well as the other characters here. So as Alveron is looking over the crowd, you will see standing, we'll do left to right. So I'm going to do Marisa to Jack. You glance at the first of these officers and you see Marisa, if you would like to describe your character.
Yeah, sure. So my character, should I do name as well, or just what they look like?
Name would help, because that way when I refer to you...
Yeah, describe your character, and then your characters will introduce themselves, so if you want to give the name, that's fine.
Okay, so my character, she is a human. She's relatively tall. She is, 6 feet tall. She has generally palish skin, gray hair. She is 60, but she looks suspiciously well for her age. I'd say probably looks a little closer to mid-40s. She is wearing clothes that very clearly have been repaired a lot, but are, fine and well cared for. And she's also wearing a pendant that when it catches the light, it kind of shines rainbows out, which is a holy symbol. And I think she'll kind of bow to you and introduce herself and say, "Welcome aboard, Captain. My name is Morgan Fane, and it is a pleasure to meet you." And she'll bow again.
Just incline my head. What's your role? Or are you wearing your insignia, or?
I guess if there are insignias on this ship, she would be wearing the symbol of a gunner.
Currently, they don't have badges or anything like that.
Okay.
You are dressed more nicely, and that is the main way you are marked out as an officer. Anybody aboard the ship already knows who you are, so they know to listen to you.
Okay, yeah.
You have a hat, and other people don't. That's the way that I've been led to believe people distinguish each
I
other
like
aboard
that.
ships.
If that's the case, then she has a very fine hat with a long feather in it.
Catholic Church rules. I like how this works.
Yeah. Therefore, Alveron, you must have the biggest hat.
Yes.
And his
Will
hat
has
is
just
magical.
lent you her captain hat for this.
Standing next to them is, if I'm not mistaken, a dwarf. Charlie, if you want to describe your character.
I think, so Jack originally was going to do some sort of thing with a dwarf and a carpenter, but
I've misspoken, I'm sorry.
I am, so there is a human standing next to Morgan, and when Morgan stops speaking, this young woman suddenly jerks up her head, looks around rapidly, realizes that the captain's attention is still on Morgan, and kind of breathes a quick sigh of relief, tucking something away into her pocket. She's still very nicely dressed like the rest of the crew in the rank that she's standing in. But she's just a little messy. Her shirt has been hastily tucked in. Her hat is just slightly askew. And there's a fine powder coating both her gloves and at the front of her pants where she's rubbed off her hands. And she is very average and very plain looking. Sort of a kind of desert dweller skin tone, reddish brown. Her hair is covered, so it's kept its color and not been bleached out, but you can tell that it's almost the same reddish brown as her skin tone. And pulled into a bunch of little braids. She's, Captain! And she dips her head. It is nice to meet you. Welcome aboard, Captain. And then she's, looks to Morgan and is, counting, greeted him. And she's muttering very quietly to herself, greeted him, dressed, looks to herself. I'm Amaranth. It's nice to meet you, Captain.
All right.
Amaranth.
Standing last amongst these three who are kind of standing out in front, you see an Elcar man. Jack.
There is so you can probably see through many layers of that way that Elcar wear a lot of robes and loose fitting things in the desert. He's wearing studded leather underneath it, but otherwise he's just got layers of a very thin black or deep purple or deep blue, scrolled over himself. He has a hood that's down at the moment, and he has really short cut hair. But other than that, he looks fairly nondescript, and he just kind of does. Having watched Morgan bow sincerely, will do quite a flourishy bow and say, fair is all Iloridoran, but fair is fine. I am the ship's cook and bosun, depending on the situation. I'm a better cook than I'm a bosun.
You notice that there doesn't seem to be a first mate as you look about, and kind of sensing that you're about to ask a question. The dockmaster will say, "The Susanna had instructed me that you might want to select your own first mate. You might be bringing somebody along, but if you like, I can have a second brought aboard as well."
We don't have any of the. Well, I guess would any of the NPCs that we've collected thus far. God, can you imagine? Calla, first mate, get up here, kid.
All right, well. Yeah, nobody comes immediately to mind.
No,
in your eyes. Other than the players. Obviously Callum would be more than willing, but he definitely does not have the experience.
No. So I'll just turn to the dockmaster, and the Sultana's instincts were, of course, good and well informed. But I believe for this journey, someone who knows the ships of your line and someone who has experience managing your crews would be much better suited than a close friend of my own. Do you have suggestions of able sailors who would be willing to set out with us?
I have one individual in mind. They might not be the most talkative for the moment. They've recently been injured, short injury. It's healing, but the level of magics required were a bit beyond what they thought was necessary to spend upon them. They're a bit strange as well. I'm not sure if you've ever met an elementary. They're of the air persuasion.
I can't say that I have, but so long as they can fulfill their duties, I have no issues.
I'll have them come aboard hastily. I'm not sure when you are wanting to set out.
Once we've had the chance to go over supplies and make sure that everything is set away, I'll turn to the assembled officers and, of course, the crew. Just, are you all aware of why this crew has been assembled and what we're setting out for?
They give like some hesitant like nods, like you kinda, yeah.
Then I'll be forthright. We will be setting out in pursuit of the Blackened Skies. Many of you, I assume, have already either heard enough legends about it or have had encounters of your own aboard your own ships that you've served on previously. I will be frank with you. I am former press-ganged crew of the Blackened Skies, so this mission is personal to me. I don't care about us retrieving the ship and bringing her back. I'd as soon as see her sunk to the bottom of the ocean, still ablaze. But her captain, we will be transporting back, dead or alive.
The 3 NPCs can make a history check if they would like to know about the Blackened Skies. You're all sailors, so this will be a little bit easier than, say, if the main characters were making this check.
Did that roll go to anybody other than me?
No, you rolled privately. You should be able to right click.
I had it set to that.
Do it.
Oh, great! Because I rolled very high and I didn't have to roll again.
Yeah, the dice didn't pop up, so they rolled a 19 on the die.
Nice.
Yeah.
You have a +2, right? Okay. So Fair, you've definitely heard of the ship. Fair, you've sailed in waters more common to where the Blackened Sky had been prowling. You've never had an encounter yourself, but you've heard stories of the Blackened Sky descending upon ships, and press ganging scores of people into the crew, only to later throw them into the fray of the very next ship that was encountered. This sort of cyclical survival of the fittest kind of thing. They've got you know of them by reputation. It's very negative. Even among pirates, they only have like a begrudged respect.
Sure, and on the scale of good ships, of which this is clearly a good ship, the Blackened Skies, Fair's previous ship is like, because he was a smuggler, not nearly as bad as this.
This bad in terms of like quality of the ship, or
no, bad as in like
morality.
Much.
Smuggling is frowned upon, but it doesn't really hurt anybody.
We were smuggling tea. It's like, very important to some people.
It's not. If you were captured, you would probably be jailed for a small amount of time, or have to pay fees. If these people they would be tried for There's not really crimes against humanity here, but that's what they would be tried for in essence.
Mm-hmm.
Fair's eyes widen slightly, but I mean, this is a good ship that everyone's found themselves on. Feels like it's fine to go pirate hunting. He doesn't have any friends in that crew.
Charlie, your character knows knows them by reputation as like they're supposed to be fearsome pirates, but beyond that, you don't know like a lot of specifics. You know, it's supposed to be like a particularly nasty ship, a bunch of nasty pirates. Um, but they've mostly sailed up north. You haven't necessarily gone over that way as much, kind of thing. Morgan, you have you've heard the name before, but you don't really keep track of like other ships. That's not what you care about that much. Like they're not mythical enough for you to keep track of in your mind.
I think at that point, Amaranth, whenever Alveron says the ship can sink to the bottom, burn for all I care, Amaranth's eyes go really wide, and she starts saying, "But the ship didn't do anything wrong." Yes, Captain. Burn the ship. Kill the captain. Got it.
You're the.
Fair shakes his head.
Morgan chuckles.
Mrs. Amaranth, you are the ship's carpenter?
Yes, sir.
I would ask that our concern be spent upon this ship rather than concerns for any ships that we may be engaging in close combat.
Fair, sir. I've got it. Our ship?
No, he's fair.
Him.
Yes.
I want everyone to know
back.
this. Every time I play this character, people start saying fair more and more in actual conversation. It's very funny.
Glad to continue the tradition.
All right. As
Just
far as the
memes.
rest of the
It's just memes all the way down.
Yeah.
As far as the rest of the crew is concerned, there's like a mix. Like some people like have heard of like know as much as say Fair does, and like become like, oh, okay, and are like, yeah. Some people are like kind of ambivalent, like, oh, okay, I'll do whatever job I'm paid for. There's a couple of people who do look like a little bit like, oh, okay, just slight bit of concern. Like they perhaps didn't know they were going up against these legendary pirates. But nobody says anything other than that, other than their facial reactions, rather. The dock master says, "While I go to gather your new pilot, first mate, why don't you have the other officers can show you around? The schematics you can see before you, of course, you're free to take a look at. But I always find that seeing the ship is the best way to go about these sorts of things. I'm also going to show you. So this is the base card. It should show this to everybody. The base card for your ship type. This is a frigate.
Nice.
So what's being shown on the map screen, the audience. What's being shown here is the base for like this kind of ship. Of course, the system we're using, the HP numbers are deflated. So these are ship HPs as opposed to people HPs. This can take several fireballs, not like two. Probably like a dozen, I think, if I did the math backwards. But it's sizable. You have a bit larger crew. So the number of crew aboard this ship right now is 36, which tends to be more common for ships which are planning on getting into combat a lot. A slightly bigger crew, but you're not like packed to the gills either. It's pretty quick, especially for its size. It's one of the quickest ships in this size category. Excuse me. A slightly smaller ship might be a little bit faster, but would certainly not be able to carry as many guns like that. Okay, you kind of start to go about looking over the ship. You notice that there are, you've seen cannons before. They're like starting to be used on ships more and more. The Blackened Skies had some. But these are like, rudimentary gunpowder cannons. They're not like high seas or, Age of Sail style things. So they are a bit wieldy, unless you have an expert on them. Although you have been led to believe that Amaranth is one such as this. As you look over
Morgan
everything.
Is the general, right?
I'm sorry. Oh, sorry, Morgan.
Morgan.
Excuse me. Getting confused again. Morgan is one such as this. You also look over. The construction is very, very well made. As you're looking over everything, each of the pieces of wood has been expertly placed. Though, as I said, this is probably a little bit smaller than the Blackened Skies. It's definitely, to your eyes, a better made ship. Obviously, it's newer as well, which helps. And it is completely outfitted with cannons. There are no ballistas or anything like that, which tends to be a little bit more common still in this era. As you're going over everything, you kind of getting to know the crew a little bit. The dockmaster will arrive back with this. They look very humanoid, but their hair is like very wispy. It catches the wind almost too easily. Their skin is kind of a light blue. It's much too blue for like an Elcar, and it's also very, very light. It's just off like a normal person's skin. You can see they've got like a pretty big gash on their throat that has scarred over. Presumably whatever wound has injured their voice, but they're happy to take orders. And the dockmaster introduces them as Lila. They greet you and everything like that. Go ahead. I want you to make me a. I'm gonna have you make me a persuasion check in this instance, as you're kind of getting to know the crew and everything like that.
Gotcha.
Okay. These are sailors. Like, these are kind of your people, or the most your people that you've seen in quite a while. They're not quite as rough and tumble as the people that were on the Blackened Skies, but more similar to a lot of the people from your home that you passed through a lot to the Temple to Semilus. Good rough and tumble sailor types.
Yeah.
You look over all the supplies. You're outfitted, for several weeks travel, uninterrupted travel, and you know that this area, there's plenty of ports to stop in. You're never more than a few days away from a fairly sizable port, as long as the weather holds. That is.
Gotcha. And we do have a writ from the Sultana for like resupply and everything if needed, correct?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And that will basically pull from their personal accounts. So it can be used at any port. You don't just have to use it. You don't have to return to Talonfagon to resupply necessarily.
Gotcha.
As you are doing all of this, looking everything over, you do receive a message in your head. Not dissimilar. You've had stuff like this happen before. It seems to be a sending spell of some kind. And you hear a familiar voice, although it's been a while. A feminine voice rings in your ear with an Elkarn accent. So, I've heard that you've come into possession of a ship and are going to be hunting pirates. If you have some free time, come and meet. I'll be at the same dock. And you know this to be the Lady of the Petals in your head.
Yep. Yeah. That. That. I thought that might come up again. Okay. Do I have the ability to? I forget with sending. Do I get a reply?
Not with sending, no.
Okay.
Message you would, but no.
No, other way around.
That's the other way around.
Sending you do get a response.
You do get a response. Sorry, I mixed that up.
25 words.
Literally use it every session.
That's the only way I would have known.
The problem is,
hold on.
the spell names aren't similar.
There we go.
If it was message and massage, and you would get it right.
Okay.
Oh no, you can answer for both messages actually, or for both spells rather.
Blackened Sky. Sorry, I'm just looking at my notes for Lady of Petals because I'm trying to make sure. Because technically, I don't think I'm breaking the agreement because I stayed out of the seas and I only had protection around that city.
Mm-hmm.
But
as far as you know, you haven't done anything to upend the deal.
Yeah.
Unless for some reason they would not want you serving the Suthana, but they gave no indication of that last time you met.
Right, and now she has a friend in the Sultan, or someone under her thumb in the Sultana's court. Yeah,
you
great.
can make an insight check if you like, because you do hear like the words, so there is still like intonation in that.
Okay, I'll make. You said it's an insight check.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. Oh shit.
Yeah, 22. This is not like as you're like thinking about it. She's not threatening you for sure. You actually think that she wants something from you, and like you're like come from the time and you have a ship now. She probably wants you to do something for her, is what you're thinking.
Okay. How many days sail would we be looking at? And this is the direction I have to go anyway.
You don't know. She's in the same city still, as far as you're aware, but you don't know what she wants you to do.
No. I know that. I'm saying like if I'm pursuing the Blackened Skies, I have to go that direction anyway. So it's not like
yes,
being derelict.
That's another question. You only know that the Blackened Skies is coming here. You don't know exactly where it is, unless you want to find somebody to do a scry for you, and even then, the context clues are going to be pretty rough. I had been assuming, and I think this is what Alveron would think to do, is that you will be kind of patrolling around the Raised Sea and trying to find evidence of the Blackened Skies. So,
gotcha. So it's not like we have particular intelligence beyond the general location.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right. In that case,
and
I tried to switch over to the map, but
the Lady of the Petals might be able to give you some intelligence if you do whatever it is she wants.
This is true. All right, 20. It's 25. Always happy to
25.
visit with an old friend. What's the travel time to the city?
Oh, you're there.
Oh, wait.
You're in the same city already.
Oh, Jesus. What am I on?
No, it's okay.
Like, shit.
It's been a
we
while.
have to travel back. How long?
No, she might be as little as a few hundred feet away.
Yeah, no. I forgot about the distance with sending and everything. Yeah, it's like always happy to meet at your door again. Always happy to meet with an old friend again. I'll be at your stoop with a gift after I've secured my ship.
Okay. You don't receive a response, which is probably a good sign.
Probably, yeah. I'll let the senior officers continue to walk me around then, not really touching on that with anyone, probably. And just do a more full inspection and looking at the schematics of the ship and everything, just so I can get a better understanding of her and how it all fits together. The first mate, he's mute.
Yes.
She, my apologies.
No, that's okay.
Is mute because of the throat gash, so they can't issue orders. Very interesting first mate. So is everything go through the bosun then at that point, or
Probably,
I guess
yeah.
through the quartermaster? All right, got it. Then in that case, once everything is settled, I'll go to the first mate. This is Lila, Mrs. Lila. I'm going to be disembarking for the moment to meet with an old friend before we settle out and set sail. Do they have are they writing to communicate at all, or do they have like a
that's
scratch
kind of
pad or
seems to be
something?
what they're doing, and gesturing, lots of gestures.
Gotcha. As first mate, I have full faith and confidence in your appointment and your abilities. Do you have any last questions for me? I will be back to sleep on the ship for the evening, and we'll be sleeping here until we set sail.
They shake their head.
Okay. I just make a note of discipline is going to be of the utmost importance on this voyage, what with us going pirate hunting. Have you been on such a sort of mission before?
A gesture towards their neck.
My apologies. Morale for the sailors is going to be of incredible import, and I trust you to help maintain and make sure that they understand, though it is perilous, it is a mission we are well equipped to complete.
They'll gesture over at Bear, and then with some quick signs intone to you, double rations.
Do they have a thieves' cant? And we just all use thieves' cant as ASL now.
I like that.
I do too.
Sure.
I was thinking of asking Andrew about having a sign language on a different character. So. But thieves' cant
Actually, I can
cool.
do thieves' cant. Actually, I haven't used it at all.
This is the character that Sara made, and they have enough languages that I'm willing to say that they also know thieves' cant.
One of them is
Morgan also does. So
the
Morgan
four of us are just having a conversation in very fluid sign language.
Yeah, ship science.
I like it.
Well, I mean, fair isn't because fair doesn't notice, but
when I was trying to think of characters that I could play with my current state of mind, I was like, maybe I'll just play a mute character. And then I was like, well, maybe not. So I think that was literally 45 minutes before the session began.
Jeez.
But yeah, if they gesture at fair will say, "Oh, you don't need to worry. I will look after the morale with good food and also sometimes good discipline if it's necessary."
At good discipline, Amaranth just kind of slumps her shoulders slightly.
It doesn't always work. Some people are unteachable.
God. Charlie, are you playing Manic Pixie Dream Girl Carpenter? What is happening?
Yeah, they left home to be a sailor. That's the stick.
I'm getting strong Haley vibes.
That's what happened.
It's part of the Twee revival
I love it.
that apparently is happening.
Okay, then after that, with them, I will leave. Time of day is it, Andrew?
It's pretty early. Well, by the time you're finished looking at the ship and everything, it's before afternoon still.
Okay. I will go to market and pick up a sealed bottle of Alcaran wine or something that would come with a wax seal on top, so to show that it hasn't been tampered with and it still is the manufacturer. That's something I would specifically look for. Because if you're going to give a gift to the Lady of Petals, you want her to not think you're trying to kill her.
If you're clever enough to reseal the bottle.
Well, if she thinks I'm clever enough to do that, she probably wouldn't meet with me anyways, is the thought. Or
yeah, she
maybe?
She knows the less intelligent aspect of our party from how we got an interview with her in the first place.
Right. You need people of particular intelligence for this sort of quest.
Mission
thing.
Where
are we going?
Go ahead. You can spend. I'll say you spend 10 gold on an appropriate bottle. Appropriately nice bottle of wine, sealed already. And you make your way over to the same dock where you encountered them. It's a little bit across town. You have to cross the bridge and head over into the slightly less nicer parts of town, away from
Mhm.
the official docks that you had been on. But you find a different ship on the dock where you had met last time, but it is seemingly as abandoned as it was previously. As you step aboard, bottle in hand, and almost as soon as you hit the deck of this ship, the door opens, and you see the Lady of Petals, flanked by the same attendant who was with them last time, who you remember meeting. Well, it isn't. Well, if it isn't my favorite northerner, come down to meet with me again. I've heard that you've moved up in the world. Well done.
I incline my head, my lady. I present the sealed bottle to her, just kind of noting it is like presented wax sealed first. After she like sees it, I do make to hand to the attendant. And it's of course, no doubt, thanks to your help in securing my safety that I was able to achieve these things. So, a gift for your benevolence.
Thank you. Like, take it from the attendant and look it over in her hands, like checking out the label kind of thing, before gesturing at you with it, saying, "So, since that you have asked the Sultana for a ship, I can only presume that you will be wanting to go toe to toe with your malefactors, I might say."
Yes. My plan is to confront Captain Ortherin and make sure that he does not press gang any more young sailors to his malfeasance.
But that is all well and fine. I of course have no problems with such a thing. But I thought that we might be able to help each other out. I have something that you might be able to do for me with your new ship, and I know things that you might want to know. Say which routes the Blackened Skies might be taking on their way to the city.
Definitely a hungry look in Alveron's eyes, kind of that touch of sea foam for a second, before it just kind of calms down a bit. And of course, by your leave, perhaps over a bottle or a glass of wine, we could discuss business.
You're welcome to come aboard to the quarters. As she gestures at what you would assume to be the captain's quarters of this ship, like just layout wise.
Okay. Sure. Is the attendant armed?
He has a longsword, which you remember him having previously, and she herself is carrying openly a dagger, although not that much beyond that.
Gotcha. And there's been no move to like disarm me or anything.
No.
Fantastic. Okay. All right. If as she gestures, I will move, engaging in polite conversation.
You move through the entryway to the ship, and I'll have you make a perception check first.
Great. That's always a wonderful start to how things.
Wow, just critting twice in a row.
Wow.
Actually, basically, as soon as she opens the door, there's something about the edges of this door that like immediately catch your eye. And as you're looking, you've seen this sort of thing before. You've seen it when Will used magic the other day at your banquet. There is some kind of teleportation effect going on between the side of the door that you're on and the other side of the room.
Kind of pause, looking at the door, and a lovely doorway, my lady. Where would we be meeting today?
Oh, we'll still be in the city, but the entryway to my hideout changes regularly, attached to portals like this one. You cannot find it by simply wandering about the city. There's no other doorway beyond whichever ship lies here at the moment, and I change it regularly, as well as which dock we use. But for you, I've decided to double up and make it easier.
I do not at all get I don't get the feeling at all that I'm being set up. I know I did the insight into her last time.
You can make another insight check if you like.
Yeah. Ooh. I mean, the sending and everything. Yeah. I'm gonna just. What's the vibe here? How are we feeling?
So she's definitely like, we're gonna have the feeling you get from her is like, we're gonna have this conversation on my turf this time. But also, I kind of trust you enough to bring you in a little bit.
Okay.
But this is like part of the show, right? Like this is part of the song and dance that gives them the reputation that they have.
Okay. Can I see the portal? Is it one of those ones where it's like I look like I'm looking into the captain's quarters, but when I step through, I'm going to be somewhere else? Or can I see where I'm going?
You can see where you're going, and as you're thinking about that, you're realizing that the space beyond is far too large to be on this ship. Like if you're just glancing and walking in without thinking about it, you might not notice that the space extends beyond what the end of the ship would be, and is probably much wider, although it's harder to see that from where you're standing.
I nod appreciatively, just, well, thank you for your trust, my lady. And then I stroll, very particular on that verb, stroll through the doorway.
You stroll into what feels like a small sort of there's a bit of a feeling of like a gambling den to it. You can see that there's tables for playing cards and stuff off to the side. It's pretty empty at the moment, however. It's you, the attendant, and there's a couple other people sitting down having a couple drinks. There's a full bar here, which seems to be well stocked. There's lots of couches, but there is kind of a mock throne off in the back. It's very clearly done up a little bit extra. So it almost looks like a lotus, an unfolding lotus that they are then going to sit in.
Okay.
Everything.
Stroll in.
It's not. Other than that, it's not super ostentatious. But as you're looking about, everything is very high quality. The couches, have silk instead of cloth coverings. There's lots of crystal glasses instead of clay or something other than that, like that. And there's enough gold in here so that anybody who has discerning eyes would understand the level of wealth that is on display. But it's not done in such a way that is overly obvious to the untrained eye.
Gotcha. It's not ostentatious, but it is well done.
She doesn't sit at the throne. However, she takes a seat at a lounge that kind of reminds you a little bit of Melf's tower, actually, of his own lounge. So a couple low-lying couches around a coffee table. She sits down and lounges, leans back, puts her feet up on this coffee table. So, if you are willing to take your ship and dispatch a smaller, in some ways, gang of pirates, for me, who have been not overly kind to my business endeavors, I would be willing to share with you what I know about the Black. They have these pirates who I speak of operates out of the Raised Sea. There are a couple a chain of islands in the archipelago, which I know that they favorite as hunting grounds. I would simply propose that you take your ship in and wait for them to strike at you for turning your guns around.
My writ of privateering, Andrew, gives me leave to hunt pirates throughout the seas, right? It's not just specifically a writ of privateering for the Blackened Skies, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I wouldn't be betraying the Sultana by doing this. Are we drinking the wine yet, by the way? Just because I spent money on this bottle, I want to make sure that she's getting her...
is busy uncorking it at the moment.
Okay, I just wanted to check.
You hear her satisfying. See, nice. lets it breathe for a moment before starting to pour the glasses.
Is there a map out that she can point to the archipelago, like where we're looking? Because I'm trying to lead. I'm looking at the world map. It's like, is this by Ildir? Or I can't get the map to fully load.
It really changed what map. Let me move you guys to the bigger map. It'll take a second for it to load in, though, to be visible on the screen. So she does. They will unfurl a large map onto this coffee table as she kind of sits up a little bit and leans in to begin gesturing at various different points. I'll give you another second to load in. But she will point on the map. She says, right around here, and you do see a island chain that's pretty in the north central part of the raised sea. Once you load in, I'll point out on the map for people viewing on the stream. So she points over here. There's this larger island, and then there's a lot of smaller islands that even aren't very readily visible on this map right over here.
Just so you know, I'm still on the gray screen, waiting to get in. But
this map takes, the reason I don't have it set to load you into this map because it takes longer to load.
Oh yeah.
Don't worry. It should be visible on the stream though, if that helps anybody.
Good.
But she will point it out to you. She says, right around here, I can't imagine that it won't take you very long to find them. They probably have a base on one of the islands. It'd be a small fort, something like that. But I would think it would be easier for your brand new ship to challenge them out at sea. Your preference, though. However you wish to take care of them. I'm to understand that they have 3 ships, sloops, much less powerful than, as I'm to believe, than the one currently in your possession. Though still a good challenge to get your crew ready for tackling bigger game.
And I suppose the deal would be return with proof that the job has been taken care of, at which point you would be willing to give me the information I need to complete my task.
Precisely.
Is there anything aboard these ships that you wish claimed in your name?
Well, if you were willing to board and capture them, I, of course, would be happy to take the ships. And they might have some cargo in their possession, which I would not mind retrieving. Things which had been stolen from vessels in my employ. It will be labeled as such with a blue flower upon the boxes.
I can do my best to make that happen.
I am more concerned about the death of these people.
Oh, don't worry. I wouldn't dare bring anyone back before you and waste your time. We're the ones with the dirty hands.
If you want to bring them to me alive, I will certainly willing to dispose of them myself, though I imagine that would be an even sight harder task for you.
I have no moral objections to handling it myself.
Good.
Oh, Alveron's had some character growth. Interesting. Actually, when it comes to pirates, I don't know if that's actually character growth or if that's just, oh boy. All right, well, we'll get into morality and philosophy next session. But yeah, I
Okay. Looks like
raised my glass.
now. So it's
Yeah.
you put it at this island chain right here. Kind of.
Okay.
So there's a larger island here, but she's really gesturing towards a lot of these smaller ones, some of which aren't even really readily seen on this map.
Gotcha. What less character growth, more needs to go to therapy. Yes, Marisa.
Those can be the same thing.
They can be. Are they flying under a particular banner or name by which we might identify them?
Now that you mention it, that's a good point. She looks at her attendant. Remind me again. And he says, yes, my lady. The sails on their ship should be dyed black. And they would normally, if they are openly wearing their pirate flags, which if you're traveling alone and they're going after you, they would be. It would be a severed arm holding a falchion. Those would be the colors.
Respect.
If they are in disguise, I could not readily help you with what colors they might be flying. Though they have often been known to use flags of the southern kingdoms, mainly Novendid in the north. So teal colors is what I would look out for. Though there are many such ships in that area, which is why they tend to fly those colors.
Makes sense. I just make some personal notes in my little booklet just so I have all this. This seems agreeable to me. Lady of Petals, I can return once we have this complete, and then perhaps over another bottle of wine, you could advise me best on how to complete this personal mission of mine.
Of course, and if you or your friends ever need anything of me, well, I'm sure I can do something with people who have the ear of the Suthana.
I know exactly how dangerous of a game that is, and just not impolitely moving past that, but just raising glass and toast to kind of seal the deal and tink. Is it expected that we sit and exchange pleasantries while we finish the bottle, or should I leave her to her?
She seems happy to chat with you. Like if you stay in chat, she's mostly going to be asking you about, assuming you're willing to share about Tal Losanan. She seems quite interested in that. Probably one of the few things that she would have very much information about still. That is relatively close to home. But she's happy if you just want to finish your drink at that point and leave. She won't say anything or take it as a rudeness either.
Okay, I mean, I'll stay and at least finish my glass and talk about the city and everything. That seems. How could that be harmful? I do change the name of the angel so that she doesn't have the angel's name.
Okay.
Just because I'm superstitious. I don't know if that's how magic works, but I'm superstitious about it.
There's definitely, Alveron wouldn't know, but there's definitely some things that they could do with that name.
Yeah. So I will. That's about the only subterfuge. I'll keep it purposely vague on other things, but after that, yeah, for sure.
Okay. You talk a little bit, and this is now like the first time that you're having like an extended conversation with the Lady of Petals, not about business. They're actually quite pleasant as you're talking to them, and pretty funny. Like they're making jokes about how crappy your journey must have been, like traveling through the desert past this sandstorm wall into this city infested with demons. And you maybe against your better judgment, you do like think, oh, this guy's actually a like fairly pleasant person, though I am aware that they could probably have me killed and would not care about it very much at all.
I'm a nice shiny new toy to talk to for a little while, but I better get out of here before I lose my luster.
There's almost something I would, for our world, I would say like cat-like, but almost something dragon-like to their demeanor. Something that is almost reminiscent of Iracondis to you, although in a much less friendly manner.
Also, a person Alveron never met.
Oh, that's right. Damn it. Well, like you've heard about dragons and stories.
Like all those dragons we killed.
Yeah. Yeah. God bless us.
You eventually excuse yourself, leaving back out the same door you went. Back in the city.
Okay.
You make your way back to your new, still nameless ship. As you find the crew seems to have gotten everything in top order. And Callum is sort of absentmindedly chatting with, let's say, Morgan as you come up onto the deck.
I'll walk over, like, not to interrupt, but just...
Yeah. But as soon as you walk over, Callum like breaks off mid-conversation, though, and says, Alveron, so, everything good? We good to go?
It is. I've just been meeting someone who might be able to help point us in the right direction. Are the maps still laid out on the deck along with the schematics and other things?
Nothing's been moved unless you asked for them to move it.
No, we've kept them there then. I kind of motion them over, and then is Mrs. Lila about?
Yes.
I'll call directly to them and ask them over as well. If there's any other senior officers on the deck. But
yeah, probably Fair and Amaranth both wander over.
Okay. I'll just motion over to the map and kind of clear it out and pull out the... Let's see, I have the navigator's tools, actually.
Do.
Right? Yeah, I do. So I'll pull out the little sextant and make motion over to the Arca... Hold on. Because I learned this word from reading it, which is the most dangerous thing you can do in the English language. And I always pronounced it... Don't laugh at me. Sorry, my fiance over there is just did the laugh of, he's a very learned man.
We could hear it. It came out in the microphone.
So it's not Archipelagio?
No, it's not.
You said that so well, I forgot how to pronounce it. But I will tell you what somebody told me once, and that is, I know how intelligent you are, right? By the fact that you mispronounce things, because it means you've got your knowledge from books. And that completely switched my perspective on it, because I used to feel so embarrassed.
That's great. Well, now I feel patronized and stupid. No, I'm...
Here we go!
Only one of those things is real, so...
Oh.
Would you like me to tell you how I believe it's pronounced?
Yes? We're going to have this battle in the sea. Okay, go for it.
Clearly archipelago, right?
I've been led down to believe that it's archipelago, but I might be saying it wrong.
Archipelago. I guarantee you it's not Archipelago or whatever. Oh,
You added some letters in.
Oh.
okay. Archipelago. Here we are. I motion. Oh, I thought it was press X. No, is it? Oh, whatever.
What are you trying to do?
I like highlight or the little clicker, but
Oh, you just click and hold. It should ping.
oh, okay. Yeah, the ping. I ping those small bits of islands for all of us and show them measuring the distance. About how far along that main travel route are we looking? Like what's the timeline to get into those islands?
It depends on the wind and the particular ship. You are on a faster ship, so it would probably take 3 or 4 days to get over there.
That's not bad at all. Okay.
Especially if the wind was with you.
Gotcha. All right. Motion over and trying to figure out. I shouldn't open this with deceit. That's a bad way to start. So, senior officers, there is a friend of mine, a contact that I have in the city who has some knowledge on where we should be able to find the Blackened Skies. However, as a favor to them to earn that information, in this area are a number of just a small crew of pirates. It should be about 3 sloops operating in a coordinated fashion, preying on merchant vessels around here. Capturing the ships or crew is not part of the arrangement. Our benefactor, my friend, merely wants them burned, sunk. Apologies, Mrs. Amaranth. But there is some piece of her loot that would be marked, some sort of chest or vessel marked with a particular insignia that should be obvious if we board. It's not of the utmost importance that we retrieve this, but they would be even more in our debt. And of course, our privateers will make sure that there is a good share of prize money for this as well, as our mission is to clear out pirates wherever we find them. So this will not be a detour that harms your profits or stops you from lining your pockets, I assure you.
I think Morgan's gonna pipe up for a second and ask, and what of this insignia? What does it look like?
I am told that the item should be marked with, and I look at my notes as if I don't have it burned into my brain. A blue flower of some sort.
Can I roll to see if I know
Yes.
whose
I
insignia
also
this is?
roll.
Yeah, you
Troublemakers in the crew already.
You certainly may roll.
I did grow up in this city, to be fair.
Would
Yeah.
this be
But
what would
I'm
this
doing
be?
it now.
History?
Because of the unfortunate way that 5e works, yes, history does make the most sense. I will adjust the DC for you guys because this is, related to naval stuff, at least closely enough.
There's a
little bit
moment
easier for
as-
fair.
There's a moment as Morgan asks the exact question Fair was about to ask. That Fair's like, "Oh yeah, this is why we're friends. I remember because you do the things that I'm going to do anyway." And we always interchangeably roll history checks.
Yep. I'll start with the battle roll. Fair, you're like, no, blue petal, whatever. Like, cargo is marked with lots of different things.
And
you've been
I had a family connection to the Lady of the Petals.
You've been outside the city for a while. You're not really not thinking about it.
All the good insignias are taken. Blue petals was all that was left. It makes sense.
Yeah. What was that Arcana check for?
I was just trying to see if something on my Arcana sheet, but I was thinking about whether there was a sigil that Amaranth knew about, but it wasn't meant to be a roll.
Right.
I was just looking at it to see what my modifier was and accidentally clicked.
Yeah, Morgan, you've been in Tail Alveron for a little bit now. You kind of had traveled more up north, which is where you met Fair originally. but you've been here long enough, and you're like, talking to enough dock workers to know that flowers in Alveron generally denote criminal activity when they're used as insignias, for the most part, especially orchids and lilies, stuff like that. Blue ones tend to be cargo of the Blue Orchids, a very well-known gang in the city that kind of distributes a couple different illegal goods, and then also runs some like protection rackets kind of things, or at least that's what you've heard. It's been a while since I've had to talk about it. Double check. In particular, of late, they've been known for distributing a drug named Atius. I'll put that in Foundry.
Didn't we have a brush with that as well? That drug?
I think I've mentioned it previously
when
in conjunction with the Lady of Petals.
When we were in Salsum, we learned some stuff about the Blue Orchids, and that there was a rumor of this drug going around. I remember I've got it in my rumors section of my book, which is
So Morgan has probably heard this same rumor.
Okay, so I think that maybe for like a half second, Morgan's eyebrows go up, and then she just kind of resets her face and doesn't say anything, but she makes a mental note to talk to Fair about this later.
Would I notice the cocked eyebrow, or
I think that would be
This is
insight
like an obvious-
versus deception.
Okay, so I would roll deception.
Yes.
Yeah.
Try to hide the reaction.
Surely stealth, right?
Ooh.
No, because it's not. I don't think it's about hiding in this case. It's more about like keeping the poker face, which to me is more of a deception-y
Yes.
thing.
I keep
Okay.
rolling things, trying to move my sheet around. Sorry.
Alveron, you notice the tail end of an eyebrow raise, almost as it's going down. But no words or anything like that.
Gotcha. Just kind of noticing that, and then kind of, I guess, like, just noticing and just making eye contact with you for a moment, Morgan, and then nodding, and as some of you might imagine, the cargo is of an illicit nature, stolen by pirates. Unfortunately, illicit members of the criminal underground are our best chance at knowing where other pirates are going to be. A small favor to win great favor, if you will. Does this make sense?
Ben nods and says, "It is always very profitable to find things that are stolen from somebody that stole them, because there is very little trail."
I think Morgan nods and says, "I'm curious what cargo such a prolific group would ask us to retrieve."
I've learned not to ask. Any other questions?
So we go kill some pirates, we get some money.
We figure out where other pirates are, we kill them, we get even more money.
Great. It feels like a plan. I need to probably start cooking.
As you will.
Since there's 36 people on this boat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have like a cook boy who helps you. Probably a
He's
lady,
terrible.
actually. Yeah.
But
She's
as
on
Fair
another
said, I
deckhand.
probably need to start cooking. Like chef's knife literally appears in his hand. Well, maybe not. I'm gonna roll sleight of hand. It's pretty good. It's like a chef knife appears from somewhere.
Damn.
It's like,
Which one is it? Fair.
well,
Which
the
one?
one that's an actual.
The actual chef knife.
Aww.
No, I think because I rolled too low for it to be like a choice, I'm gonna roll a d12.
Okay.
I think
He has
it was
12
too hard
knives, people.
to pick the exact shell. It's just a throwing dagger. It's like that's the wrong one. He puts it just like this time slower, reaches into his robes and like pulls out a chef's knife. And,
why don't you
Do
go
you have
ahead
any,
and make a cook's skills check for me?
Sure. So this is how Fair cooks when we're in port. He probably baked some big pies this morning, but then everything else is fresh and raw because you don't get to eat that much fresh stuff while you're sailing.
Mm-hmm.
So like he keeps the crew like with salads and sashimi and stuff. Is it Dex,
Sashimi.
Intelligence, or
I don't want
Charisma?
sushi. Your preference is fine for this.
Dex then, obviously Dex. As always, my cooking, despite being great, is just never above a 20. There's only so much cooking you can do to
19.
cutting salad.
So as the day goes on, did you want to wait for the next morning to shove off?
Yeah, probably. We'll set sail out at dawn, and that gives us time overnight to name the ship and have, I guess, that would be Lady Amaranth. I guess that would be your department to get it christened and painted aboard. I have a penchant for the dramatic ironies. If you would paint upon her the pale dawn.
Delighted. Can I give it a little embellishment of my own? A bit of a dawn?
I trust you. I leave it in your very capable hands. Walks away, not yet regretting this decision, but can't wait to see it in the morning.
Amaranth just turns to the other two, to Fair and Morgan, and just grins very slowly before just
because he doesn't know you yet doesn't mean you should punish him. It's unnecessary to punish him for not knowing you.
With that, I'm going to make a drink.
Now that you bring it up, so Amaranth, you actually helped build the ship a little bit, and there's one thing in particular about it which you have added on. What does the prow? What does the masthead look like?
Ooh.
Oh, no.
I couldn't remember if I'd actually mentioned that to you or just to Jack. So the prow is... Oh, yeah, I'm gonna go with it. The prow is an actual full-on seahorse. But where it should be fully seahorse, it still has like the elements of an actual horse, hooves, etc. It looks like a demented, but it's still somehow weirdly elegant and formal despite that. It's very well carved, very lifelike, and you don't quite notice what it is until you are actually staring at it. This is your fault for giving this chance to me on fly.
Hey, that's all right. So
I will try not to ram with that.
Unlike Alveron, Andrew knows Charlie. Unlike Andrew or Alveron, whatever my character's name is.
All right. As the afternoon fades into evening and then night, there serves up dinner for the crew. Jack, did you have anything in particular in mind for this first meal?
2 giant pies, and then the whole table, because it's like meant to be morale building, is just like salads of like relatively exotic things as well. There's like also platters of apples, which like you have to source from Le Mans and stuff. Like all of this stuff that is a little bit exotic but still fresh and nice, because it's also starting to get a bit warmer. Right?
Yeah.
And then like 2 huge like platters of raw fish.
It's very well prepared, and the crew digs in greedily. You've served, and for the 3 of you, you've served with some of these crew members before. Each of you, none of you have served with every single one. Like this is a new crew that's been assembled. Obviously, Morgan and Fair have worked with each other before, and you might have both of you might have worked with Amaranth upon a time. But it's not like you've been working all together for like a couple of years or anything like that. You've kind of been picked out for this. But you all know that the crew that you have worked with before are very experienced sailors. These aren't fresh people, and most of them have had some military, like naval training. The majority of them have not just done like merchant ships. Most of them have had some combat experience. As the meal finishes, the crew, has some drink. Everybody knows that you're leaving out for the morning, and they're disciplined enough to keep that in line. But everybody goes off to their own beds. Some staggering, slightly swaying, as the ship gently rolls, still attached to the dock. Alveron, you find yourselves in your new quarters, the captain's quarters, for the first time. It's pretty bare at the moment. There's, the furniture. You have your sleeping area, a desk, some papers and drawers and stuff like that. But all the captain's cabins that you've been in before have a little bit more like lived in personal decorations. Some of them keep, starfish or past, treasures that they've found, stuff like that. Yours has room to add these things in still. And you maybe think about this a little bit as you drift off to sleep, waking up the next morning. I think we're going to take a break here a little bit earlier. That way we don't have to pause for the back half of this. And I think it's a good spot. So I'm going to say 15 minutes. Partially also because I need to use the restroom. We'll come back at quarter till.
Copy.
I will see you all in just a bit. Okay, we're good. All right, everybody, welcome back to this game. It's a travesty. I should just always leave us talking and never put up the screen, but not tell you guys that I'm not doing it.
This is
That would get you banned from Twitch.
If people can do hot tub streams, then our conversation would not get us banned.
No, they're not talking about the same stuff that we were just talking about. We did 30-something podcasts before we started doing the stream, and nothing was more entertaining than that 15 minutes. Like,
I would agree with
nothing we have ever done was more entertaining than that 15 minutes.
Also,
entertaining.
If we're going to do like the hot stuff stream or whatever, I need to vastly upgrade my wardrobe because I will lean into it. I will be giving everyone a little shot of December, a little bit of May, week to week.
We're not going to do that. We're not doing
Can you
that.
show male nipples on Twitch anymore? They keep changing the rule about that.
We'll just say no so Sean doesn't get any ideas.
Damn it. I was going to wear tassels, Marisa.
Sean,
you ruined it.
We need to get Sean a little fake hot tub. That's what we need to do. Then we can join the ranks of the hot tub streamers.
I actually have an inflatable one, so if that's ever needed.
There we go. All right. Moving on from this conversation. You guys wake up the next morning, and the sailors all, as the tide begins to go back out, the sailors all begin to draw up the anchor, disconnect themselves from the boardwalk, and set sail heading out into the Gulf of Amphigon, and then onwards towards the sea. I'm going to have Alveron, since you are captaining, make me a navigator's tools check. You could use intelligence or wisdom, as is your preference.
What do you think I'm going to go with on that one, Andrew?
I'm going to guess not intelligence.
Probably not. I know I get my proficiency bonus plus, what is it for navigator's tools? Or navigator's tools is what allows me to get the proficiency.
Yeah, that's what gives you your proficiency. So I think it'll be +5 total for you.
Yes.
As I hold up 10 fingers. Okay. So you begin to chart a course. Lila is up on not the mast. The wheel, is that right? There's a different word for it.
The wheel, the helm.
The helm. We'll go with helm. Up on the helm, setting a course as you begin to take them out. The weather right now is pretty pleasant. Like I said, it's tail end of winter, beginning of spring, so there's not a lot of storms this time of year. I'm gonna make a quick roll. So find my dice. Just to see if the winds are blowing.
Just so you know, Andrew, I probably would have instructed
yes,
Mrs. Morgan to make sure that the powder was kept dry in the guns and that they were ready to fire, like at all times. Just on, if we're hunting pirates, we're always combat ready type mentality.
She's down below deck yelling at anyone else that would be firing the cannons if they look like they're slacking off.
Nice. Just so you know, like, Alveron was on a normal ship for a little while and like had a nice captain, and then got conscripted into piracy. So pretty much 90% of his time was like, all right, well, we've got the Cat of Nine Tails for motivation, and we've never needed to do anything else. But he's like, all right, that's not how we do things in the civilized world. You've made friends. You know how to talk to people. Just be a good person, and people will like you. People will like you. I'm doing my morning affirmations as I shave every day.
Trying not to revert to the pirate ways of being on a ship.
If I call anyone a scallywag, I will literally throw myself off the side of the ship.
You don't catch the best of wind at the beginning. It's you're heading into a bit of headwind, unfortunately. So progress is a little bit slow as you start to round the cape and get into the sea. You can tell that the crew is very capable just as you're giving orders. It's kind of easygoing sailing at the moment. Somebody does break out into a bit of song, as you might expect. Singing along, the whole crew goes as you head onward. The next couple days are similar. as you're kind of sailing. It takes you a little bit longer than you would like. Check. Yep. Yeah, the headwind mostly stays with you a little bit. Although as you start to head west instead of directly south, it gets a little bit better. Eventually, though, you find yourself in the rough area of the archipelago that the Lady of Petals suggested you go to, attempt to find these pirates. So it takes you about 4 days to get there. As you're sailing around, I just want you to make me a good die, bad die roll.
Okay, so just roll 2d20 for you.
For the uninitiated, this is 2d20. One's good, one's bad. What was that?
Yeah, you noticed that you hadn't been doing good die, bad die, so you're like, you know what?
I haven't had.
Every time Sean needs to roll it too.
Yeah, it's always Sean. I haven't had as many excuses as well.
I'm
Okay.
about to find out which one was which.
The second one is
bad.
always bad. So this is one of the first times I think that bad die has won out so concretely.
Mm-hmm.
As you're sailing along, you round the large island coming in between these two right here, heading south, kind of going along. When you find yourself hitting a bit of unseasonable weather, there's a bit of a light storm that breaks out. I'm gonna have you make me a persuasion check. I'm gonna have the three others also make me persuasion checks as you are commanding your particular area of this ship.
So essentially, this is like a command roll type thing.
Yeah, kind of
control.
Thing. Just to see how you are organizing everybody. Of course, Amaranth matters the least because they're in the guns, and that's not really what's at concern at the moment.
No,
well,
Amaranth
is carpentry.
Yeah, I'm guns.
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
good at this, damn it.
Wow, we are having a time, folks.
Disjointed as you are, you're kind of entering this storm, and you're trying to combine everybody's leadership styles, trying to figure out how.
Do we have someone on look? We don't have anyone on lookout. No,
there is a lookout. It's just not a officered crew. It's not somebody in particular special. So you could still give orders to them, and they'll still do anything, but you're not getting the extra die when we go into the actual rules.
Right.
As you're kind of going through this, the ship does get tossed around a little bit. The crew is not in the best of moods. As you're hitting into this storm, it does pass after a little bit. As it does so, I'm gonna have you make this D20 roll actually, because believe if there's not somebody at the position, the captain is the one who's making the roll. So this will be a D20 plus 6, I believe. Sorry, plus 4.
What's the roll for?
This is a lookout roll.
Gotcha.
Okay.
What colors are Andrew? Can we be
Yes.
flying merchant colors at the moment instead of the Sultana's colors?
If you want, yep.
Yeah, I think because we're hunting pirates, let's make ourselves look like a target rather than a ship of the line type thing. So
did you have a particular because you could do like a particular company or just like some generic that people might not know?
Does the LSC run out here?
It would be uncommon but not unheard of to see LSC ships out here.
Could we have been we were blown off course by the storm and we don't know this area very well. We're just a poor little LSC ship.
That's certainly possible, yeah.
I guess that's how we could be perceived. So yeah.
What's our ship deception stat like?
That would rely on your guys' deception.
Oh dear.
If you're getting close enough to actually be involved in such a conversation. As you guys are coming out of this, kind of rounding a bit of islands, you find yourselves unsuspectedly surrounded, having rolled poorly twice in a row. Which is over different.
Okay.
Go into the battle music. So too late to significantly, to kind of disengage from this ambush. You find yourselves traveling between some of the smaller island chains in this archipelago, and you see off to your right, ship, starboard. Off to the starboard, there are two ships. One of them is a little bit more on your stern side. The one's a little bit more on the bow side. And then there's one ship off to your port side. These are 3 sloops. As you're looking at them, you pull out spyglass, and you can see they seem to be flying the pirate colors of the ships that you had been looking for. Although this is not the best way to have started the engagement for you.
Gotcha. Andrew, I see the one to port up here.
There should be one down here and one over here. No?
I don't see them. Does anyone else?
Yeah.
No, I just see the
I
one.
don't see them either.
It might be the way I've dragged them. Let me drag them out again. What about now?
Okay, I see one to our aft, and
yeah,
then
there
now
we
one to
go.
our starboard.
Yep. Oh, they even have little shadows. How nice.
That is really cool.
Yeah, I'll do a little bit of plugging. These are from I'm forgetting the name now. Or I'm forgetting how to pronounce it. Limithron's Guide to Naval Combat. So the same system we're using, they have a Patreon where you can find both the map and all of these ships' assets that I'm using. I didn't end up there are some with parallax, so it seems like the sea is moving. This is not one of those because it didn't fit the combat, but we might see more later on in a different session.
Appreciate you supporting your local artist, Andrew.
This is pretty good stuff. Oh, I'm gonna go ahead and give him a quick shout out. All right, so as we are getting into this, they're very clearly coming out of hiding spots, so coming up to speed and obviously looking to engage you. I'm going to have everybody roll, or not everybody, but I'm going to have the captain roll initiative. Excuse me. Let me double check this. So actually what I need you to do, Alveron, as you're seeing all of these, I need to know which orders you're going to give. So as a quick reminder, Okay, I'm going to show you you should have the rules as a PDF, but I'm going to pull them up.
Yep.
Just because this is the first time we're doing this. I'm going to have to scroll down a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Until you find order of combat. So for the captain's phase, you're going to choose their actions, and you may also choose to push the crew. So that gives you an extra action this turn, but then you'll lose one on the next turn.
Gotcha.
So the different actions you can take are you can attack with your broadsides, your fore/aft guns. You're at full health, so you don't need a repair. You could try to move farther, so you move an extra space this turn. Your current movement is 5, so you can move 5 squares or 5 hexes in a round if you choose to move your full movement. You can also Normally you can move or rotate twice. You could try to move another time. Sorry. Normally you rotate once. You do it a second time if you like. You can also try to ram, or there's a couple other random things that you probably don't want to do this time. So.
Gotcha. Okay. In that case, and just as a reminder, we have
I need
a gunner, a carpenter, and a bosun, right?
Yeah. I'll roll this in.
So just every turn as the bosun, I can use raise morale.
Assuming the captain chooses it, yeah.
Well, it says in the rules that hang on, I was reading it before, that the characters may take any actions that the captain chose at the beginning of the round, plus any other actions like the bosun's raise morale ability or casting a spell.
Yeah, there's some of them. So for the bosun, that's correct. There's some of them that say like, if you're doing this, then you can do that. So like the gunners can't do their own action because the captain has to be choosing to use the guns. But you're correct. The bosun can always try to make raise the morale.
Can you pull up the ship?
Correct.
Sorry, can you pull up the ship information again? I had to refresh Foundry.
That's your guys'
Thank
ship. There are a couple things about your ship which are not on this card. So just because I didn't have time to Photoshop this in. The prow that you have, because of the mainmast, it can do a very close range attack that will that was a loud motorcycle or something. That will set out a gout of flame that will temporarily incapacitate ships as they have to try to put out the flames and also do some damage. But you have to be within 2 hexes, so it's a very close range thing. And it's only at the front of the ship. You have to be directly in front of you.
Do we have a limited number of shots with that, or is that just something we can do as a standard attack?
No, that's something you can do as one of your attacks. Okay.
Got it. And I'm guessing everything is out of our range at the moment, right?
I'd have to the hexes. So your cannons are close range 6 hexes, long range 12. So I should change it to hex 1, 2. And you could try to attack this ship with your broadside. Yeah, you could attack either of those 2 ships at your broadside, but you would be at disadvantage because it would be the long range.
Long range.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's up to 12, right? Is that it's up to? Correct. 6 is short range, up to 12 is long range. Anything beyond is out of range. And we have 5 movement apiece. Let me just check.
Yeah, you also have small arms, which that would be your front and your back ones. So those are a little bit shorter range, but in the event that you can't use your broadside.
Okay, so 2, 3, 4, 5 from there. 1, 2, 3.
And just so you know, this works a little bit differently than normal combat. So the reason you have to declare your actions is because you're deciding what to do. That's happening, and they're deciding what they're going to do as well. Mm-hmm. Once we roll initiatives, if you are suddenly out of a good spot, then you might not be able to, say, do a broadside like you had planned.
Gotcha.
You're pre-allocating crew to these actions, but you don't know what the others are going to do. And these turns are not 6 seconds. These are taking place over a long period of time.
Yeah. I guess just, for flavor at this point, well, we need to draw them in, so I won't do that just yet. We already had preparations. Everyone knew, Morgan Fane's been yelling at the gunners all this time. I'm very happy with this, so I fully approve. Yell at them as much as it takes. But everyone is immediately, of course, everyone to stations, ready to go.
Currently, the wind is heading in this direction, so you are
north by northwest.
Yeah, you're not in irons. You're close to the wind, so you're going to be moving at half speed. Would be
gotcha.
But
But if we move in that northwesterly direction, we'll be with the wind.
Correct. And another thing which I forgot to mention, you have to move at least 1 hex unless you are anchored or against the wind.
Gotcha. Okay, in that case, my thought is that we'll start to go in this direction with the wind, cutting up and close, like towards this little island. So, do I have the ability to move the ship, Andrew, or no?
I can give you that ability.
I'd rather you keep
Okay.
it. I think just because I
it
want
works.
to make sure that I
Sure.
don't muck it up greatly. So it'll be move like 1 forward, turn, 2, 3. I'm gonna try to not run us aground, Charlie. Thank you. Move forward 1, turn 2, 3 forward. Let's see what that looks like right there.
Oh, so you want to move to here? Is what you're saying?
Yeah, so that's 3. But we
Would be facing
turn
that way.
Yeah, and then up 2. And that should be our total movement of 5.
Do you want to end up here from where you started at here?
Yes. That looks right. Moving with the wind at this point now to try to take advantage, because that way that sloop that's in front of us is going to be fighting against the wind to move against us. And also that way we'll have an island on our right-hand side so that we're less likely to take damage.
Okay. So that's
Did we move back?
I moved you back because you haven't technically moved yet. We have to roll
gotcha.
initiative once you've decided where you're going. So that's free. You just move. What do you want to spend your actions on?
We have 3 action points worth. Broadsides reload
are 1
every turn, right?
Yeah, they reload every turn because of the length of the turns. And you could fire both sides if you would like to. That's obviously 2 points, but
yeah.
You will be because of the way you're moving and actually no. Even once you're full move, you'll still be at disadvantage. Never mind. You'll be at disadvantage.
We won't be in range for this sloop, even if like you're saying.
If they move, it depends on what they do. If they move forward and you are also moving in the direction you planned, then you will be at normal range. Otherwise, no.
Okay. I mean, my thought would be they would probably move to intercept us because it looks like we're trying to escape. We still look like a merchant vessel that's been blown off course by the storm.
It's not unreasonable.
Let's prepare a volley, Mrs. Fane. Ready on the port side. And that's only one of our actions.
So you could move an extra space if you wanted to.
Yeah, with full sail. Yeah, that makes sense to me. We'll do full sail, moving an extra point in the same direction. Is come about still 2 action points? For our size of ship?
Yes.
Be on the card. Yes,
according
it is.
to the card.
Is it on the card? Yes, come about is 2 points.
The common actions are on the ship card as well.
I do see it now. All right, then, if that's the case, I think we need to, based on our rotation and where they're likely to wind up. What do you think, Andrew? Does it make just because we haven't played with this before, like come about having the ability to turn an extra space or an extra hex towards them to bring them more into our broadside? Does that seem more from how we were angled before?
I mean, if they sail head on where you were going, they would still be at your broadside.
Okay, then in that case, we'll keep it at that, and we'll move the single extra space in the same direction to keep them in our broadside.
Okay.
And be ready to go there.
Right, so I'm going to have you then roll the d20 plus 4 for your initiative. Sorry, d20 plus nothing because you don't have a lookout.
Ew. Gotcha. Okay.
It'll still be +4. Sorry, just not plus a die. You won't get an extra D something. Just look at the skill of the ship. You always get that.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
So when I was reading the rules earlier, it said something about the lookout being somebody that anybody could take the lookout station. Is that true?
Yeah, if
Yeah,
one of
you
you
could
guys
be in the lookout position and
wants to
then
move
switch over to
there.
carpentry if we need you to do repairs.
Yeah, because there's really no reason for me to be a carpenter yet, right? As far as I can tell.
Actually, that makes sense. So yeah, we probably that does make sense. We would probably run it that way rather than, and then just order you, Mrs. Amaranth, get below, make it stop sinking.
Yeah. So in that case, just for flavor, as soon as we see this whole thing start going down, Amaranth looks to the captain to make sure that she's on her you do whatever is needed sort of role. And when she casts Expeditious Retreat on herself to make this possible, in the fashion of a true artificer, she leans down and she seems to be attached to something, boots. And then she just zips off like she's ice skating to then scramble up the prow. And so
all right. Are you on
her bonus
rollerblades?
actions.
Is that what's
Maybe
happening?
she is.
Okay.
Maybe she
Excellent.
is.
Excellent.
I love Charlie bringing a fucking derby girl into this.
So we see Amaranth
this little shot
seem to glide across the deck of the ship as they grab a rope up to where the lookout's post is. So since Sean already made the roll and I'll let you choose. You could re-roll if you like, because technically the lookout's supposed to do it, or you could just roll your d6 and add it to it.
I'll just roll my d6.
Okay.
Yeah, just roll the.
I'm not going to override the captain.
I appreciate you.
Great. So you got a total of 19.
Excellent. And we have a +1 AC so long as you're up in the crow's nest.
Wait, do we have D6s or D4s?
D6s. Normally it's a D4, but because you guys are an experienced crew, you get D6s. And that might go up, depending on how much ship combat stuff we end up doing in the course of the main campaign. There's also other stuff I can give you, like +1s, or you also have advantage once a day that you can use on a ship thing. I did mention that. Okay, so I'm going to roll for the ships. We're going to do have a round counterclockwise.
I like that you can choose to minus the d6 off the initiative.
Yeah, if we want to lure someone in.
Yep.
Yeah, that is a really neat element that I noticed. Part of the
Okay, and you guys are going first, so it's actually going to go you guys, then clockwise almost.
Interesting.
So yes.
Almost always, if I'm going to do the bosun thing, that should be the first
You should
thing
just do it
to
right
get
away,
on
yeah.
Everything else.
Yeah.
But to go full sail takes a rigger, is what it looks like. Like, you have to have a rigger. And if we go full sail, does that put us into, not disadvantage range to broadside that thing?
Because you're moving first, it won't, because you're not.
Okay, so the one extra thing doesn't matter.
5. Actually, you will just be in range.
Then in lieu of the +1 from the bosun, Farah scrambles up into the rigging, and just for a moment it looks like he's gonna hack at a rope, and then just with the other hand unties the rope, remembering that he's quicker doing it that way anyway, and lets us sail out a little bit further. So I have to roll with skill.
Yes, plus your d6. So it'll be 4 plus d6.
+4 plus d6.
On top of d12.
Sure.
19.
19.
So you guys move. One up. Turn. 4, 5. That would be to here. Is that right?
I thought we were. Yeah, I guess that's about.
I might
Yeah,
have moved
that's
you
right.
up once, but
Basically where we were. Yeah. And now they get to
Let me
move,
make
right?
sure.
Because the movement occurs simultaneously.
Okay, yeah. No, we still move in order. Yeah. So
Okay.
we move in order, but you have to determine where you're moving before you know who's going at what time.
Gotcha.
If I'm understanding this right, this is my first time using it as well. So
we're all learning together. It's
yes.
cool.
From what
I mean,
I'm reading,
that's it, right? Like doing simultaneous movement is very difficult.
Yeah.
So that was the full sail action.
Yeah, so that was a full set action. Now you guys can use your broadsides to hit them if you would like.
Don't they need to take their movement action?
No, because you guys rolled first. You do all your actions.
Oh, all the actions
Because
happen.
you guys got a 19. The next one is
Yeah.
a 12.
So
Okay.
would I be rolling for the?
Yeah, if you're on the gunner spot, you would be rolling. So it will be
Okay.
And I just want to make sure of
yes.
something. Yeah, opening up with regular round shot, I think is the best way to go for this one. So
Sure.
everyone's been loaded with round shot.
Okay, cool. So
Fire will, Mrs. Fane.
so D20 plus a D6 plus 4. Woohoo!
19. Yep, that definitely still hits. It's pretty hard for you guys to miss because of how experienced you are, unless you're rolling at disadvantage and stuff like that. Because the ACs for ships are generally a little bit lower than they are for normal characters, unless you start to get into the really really heavily armored big ships or the really small ships. But ship ACs cap out basically at 18 without like magic or extra stuff. So you unleash a full broadside up against this sloop off to your port. Go ahead and roll a D10 plus 2 for damage.
Would that be me or?
Yeah,
Do we get
that'll
the
be
plus
you.
4?
Okay.
Do we get the plus 4 to the roll or
No,
no?
because this is a damage roll.
Straight
Okay,
damage
D10
roll. Got it.
plus 2.
6. Okay. Just, check. So you unleash a barrage of these cannon blasts to everybody on the deck. There's a thunder as these cannons go out, and you can see them fly crashing into the prow of this sloop off to your left. Not all of the targets or not all of the balls hit, but the ones that do kind of pound straight in, and you can see small holes in the front of the ship at the moment. All right, it is then going to be
Just at the end of that, now that the pretense has gone away, Mrs. Lila, if you would fly the colors, please, and have the first mate bring down the mercantile colors and fly the personal flag of the Sultana.
You see that, everyone can hear the wheel. Hold on. I'm going to put my dog in the other room real quick.
Before they destroy all of your things.
Yeah.
They're still a very, very good boy. So we would just like to make it very clear to everyone. No matter how much they destroy, and no matter how much of a gremlin your creature may be, they are still very good. Don't fight me on this.
They don't like it when I'm playing D&D and they're in the room. I don't know why. I'm not paying. I can be playing video games, they don't care, but if I'm playing D&D and they can hear me talking a lot, they're like, no, this is not acceptable.
They hear you paying attention to other things, and they're like, Dad, unacceptable.
Right. So this one's going to move 1, 6. They need to make a skill check to full sail. So they're going to move an extra 1 there. But they are not broadsides yet. They will turn. I get to you next turn. But you moved away from them, and they full sailed, so they don't get to make a shot. This one, down here. 1, 2, 6. Also do the same thing. Failing to get their rating up and running, but they will also turn. Actually, no, they're going to stay straight. And then finally, this one is going to begin to move out. 1, 2, 3, 4. They would probably actually have moved 5. Because where they thought you were going to be. They do get a broadside. Bye. So yours AC is 14, so that's the number they need to beat.
15 with the lookout, right? The
Um,
lookout makes it go up by 1.
that sounds probably correct. Yes, you're correct. So it would be, in this case, 15, which is still a hit. That's what they rolled. They're going to do 1d8. So they're a little bit smaller. They don't have as many cannons as you do, so they have a smaller die. But
Shit.
They managed to get a better hit, as they had practiced this come about before. They were lying in wait for you. You guys get hit by the flail of cannon fire off to your side. You take 9 points of damage, bringing you down to 51 from your total, your original total of 60.
From up in the lookout's nest, you hear a stream of the most vile curse across 3 different languages. Just endless until they run into each other.
All right.
Alveron is impressed.
It is then a time to choose your actions again.
Okay. Let's go
Remember,
with...
you have to move 1, but you don't have to move more than 1 if you don't want to.
Do you have to move 1 at the start? Like, does your movement have to happen first and then your actions?
You can shoot, then you can move, much like normal stuff, but you just have to move at least once on your turn. Is my understanding of the rule set.
Gotcha. So I could do a...
Unless you want to drop your anchor.
So I just want to be sure. We could do broadside, targeting them. Turn so we're facing in this direction.
Yeah.
Turn. Move however many up. And then from there, let me just check the distance. 1, 2... So more than 6, but less than 12. So we'd have disadvantage on that attack roll, but we could still make it. Because you don't have to do like movement action. You don't have to be all of your movement and then an action. It can be movement action, and you can break it up.
Correct.
Okay,
I'm
sounds good then.
The scale on this as well to hexes, so that we don't have to do the math there.
Oh, I thought you already had it in hexes.
There we go. It was in feet. I just mean so that we could see hex distances.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, so
they are 50-foot squares. That is the measurement used, but I don't find that as useful as knowing how many hexes there are.
True, because we didn't measure in hexes anyways. So all right, so we can do a broadside, and we'll capture them in our broadside right here, straight off the gate. do a turn facing now into this direction, move up 2, and then we'll be in this square. 1. Right at 8. I guess we can turn again because we get 2 turns per thing, actually. So turn 1 here, turn this way, move, turn here, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think they'd be in our broadside there. Yeah, they would be. They'd be in our broadside at that point. So we could get off 2 broadsides and they'd be different sides of the ship. Am I reading that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That sounds great.
Then that's what we're going to do.
As long as you go first.
As long as we go first.
Okay.
Important thing to note, but we do still have our lookout up top. So yes, we will do that. So we will do broadside, turn, move, broadside.
Okay. Excellent. Go ahead and let's roll some initiatives. So since we still have a lookout, go ahead and roll d20 plus 4 plus 6.
Got it.
We believe in you.
It's 4 plus 6. Is it plus 4 or is it plus a d4 plus?
It's plus 4
plus
plus
4
d6.
plus a d6.
Okay, that's what I thought, but I wanted to be sure. I'll roll my d6s separate. Oh.
It's all right.
Ooh.
Ooh, Charlie.
Ooh. So Amaranth is so busy cursing the damage to her ship and yelling at the captain that he better sink those bastards that she lost her focus.
Oh, now you want me to sink the other ships. Now you want to see them at the bottom of the sea in flaming wrecks. Mm-hmm.
Yes, I.
Okay, I'm gonna do.
I also want to see underwater flaming wrecks. Are we minusing that too, so that we guarantee going last? Because that might give us more options.
Yeah.
I think you have to decide beforehand, is what I'm gonna say. What you want, whether you want to add or minus, unless it says somewhere that you can decide after.
But it says the lookout rolls initiative for the ship, and they may add or subtract their sailing die from the result.
Yeah, it doesn't say anything about order, and the way it says
I guess you could do either then.
Because we haven't seen your initiative rolls or anything.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
So are you trying to
I'm also happy to roll first if you guys want me to roll first.
I think you rolling first is a vast advantage to this lookout position.
Yeah.
All right. Let me roll. I'm going to do again counterclockwise. So I'll maybe mark these out with dots or of some kind. Second, but that's the first one. 1. Okay, so you guys go. You're subtracting, is what we decided.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys go.
What's the reasoning for doing the subtracting? I don't understand why we're doing it that way.
Well, I mentioned it to remind us that we could do it, but it was mainly because if we go last, then we'll know exactly the positioning of every ship for next round as well at the start. So we'll get to move after we know where they're going to be, so we can reposition to hopefully roll better.
That's the lookout's prerogative. All right.
I mean, I'm also not the lookout, so I will blame Charlie.
Yeah. You'll make the suggestion, you'll give the reasoning, and then
it wasn't a suggestion, and I came up with the reasoning when asked for reasoning. It was just that it's a thing that we should remember we can do.
Well, so I'm trying to make sure right now in the reading, because we all decide what we're gonna do, and then the things happen no matter the initiative order, right? You don't get to change the actions you take.
Right. So.
And importantly, we don't all get to decide. It's entirely Alveron gets to decide.
It's entirely up to Sara.
Yeah. And I
I'm happy for you guys to make it a meritocracy.
Yeah.
Got it.
I don't see and here's the thing. Give me input and help me out if you see something for sure. I don't understand what the benefit is of going last right now.
So the benefit right now, that's totally up to you guys, but there may be times where you want to go last because you want them to get closer or something like that before you go. So that way you're in range and on your turn, but they're not in range on their turn. I think in this current scenario, it's probably better for you guys to go first. So
Yeah.
if you want to make that a +2, I'm happy to do that. Since we're still figuring
Sure.
this out.
I think that's the better idea right now. Yeah.
So you'll still go second. So this ship will go before anybody else. But then you'll go, then the other 2 ships will go. So what they were going to do is move and then change direction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So you're
Ooh,
not.
they're fast.
Yes. These slips are a little bit quicker than you, but they're definitely not as hardy. Even though you took more damage in that shot, numerically, they took a larger percentage of their HP off from your 7, or from your 6 rather. So they're not in range for broadsides, but they are just going to use their small ones. So that's 2 points. I actually think I made a mistake turn-wise. They only have 2 turns because they're a smaller ship as well. 2 actions, rather. I can't remember. I think one of them might have done full sail than broadsides, but I'm happy to bring as well. So 1d20 plus 3. So they need to get a 15 or higher. They don't. So they shoot out their front guns, but it bounces off or doesn't hit very directly onto your ship. The curvature and everything. Cannonballs.
Can we tell what kind of ammunition they're using, Andrew?
They seem to be using rudimentary cannons for their broadsides. I actually misspoke. They have a frontal ballista is what they're using at the front. So the ballista, but misses the deck of your ship.
They're not trying to disable our rigging or anything else. It looks like they're just trying to cause damage at this point.
At this point, yeah.
Okay.
Well, especially since you've changed colors now. So that's their go around. It's then going to be your guys' turn. You were going to fire first, was my understanding. So
yes, it'll be fire, turn, move. Go ahead.
To do raise morale first, right?
Yes.
True. Bosun be bosun.
Now that I don't have to do the rigging thing, Fair will grab a rope and slide down to the deck and slap someone on the shoulder for tying off a sail correctly. Do I add my sailing die to this persuasion roll as well?
Yeah.
Good, because I'm bad at persuasion, despite having a +5.
Damn, I'm not going to succeed.
Ooh.
I don't know what the DC is for this. I tried to find it.
A little bit higher.
I think all DCs are 12 for this.
All DC 12?
For the sailing stuff.
Yeah, it depends on the situation and stuff, but yes, for the most part.
Well, the good news is that was all I was going to do anyway.
Valiant effort.
Yeah, if there's a storm or something, I can choose to change them, but the default assumed is a difficulty of 12. So Fair is trying to organize the crew, but again, everybody's still new to working with each other. There's a couple running in, and the directions are not helping as much as they might normally. So normal rolls, there's no penalty. You just don't get the bonus.
Right.
Morgan, if you would like to roll for the cannons for your broadside. Same thing as before.
She came above deck just to hear the captain, so if you look, you can just see the top of her eyes peeking out from below deck.
And of course, the large hat.
She also yells up to you, is the goal still to retrieve this box, or are we sending them to the depths?
I mean, the depths here, we're looking at no more than 30 feet below water, right?
You're in pretty shallow areas, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so she says, very well.
Sneak them, Mrs. Fane. We can take a swim below if need to recover.
She nods, goes below deck, and then you can hear, not what she's saying, but you hear her bellowing at the crew.
Fantastic.
Oh yeah, that definitely hits. Thundering into the side of the ship. Go ahead and roll a d10 plus 2.
Jack, you wouldn't happen to live next to a motorcycle gang or something, would you?
It's just a main road, and I normally have the windows closed, but it's warm today.
I'm not actually giving you shit, I promise.
No, it's very annoying. You hear maybe 1 out of 10 that go past. Like, I hear them all the time with the window closed as well, so I'm just like,
Oh,
it's annoying.
Marisa, damage.
Oh, yes, that is
D10 plus 2, I think.
Yep. For your broadsides. Can't.
sounds good.
And all
Woo.
right, hitting again this already somewhat wounded ship. They are bloodied at this point, so you can see large chunks of wood spraying about. One of the masts, maybe a little bit, is looking like it's like tottering slightly, or at least one of the front parts of the mast. These sloops only have one main mast, and that some extra rigging and stuff like that. All right, so then you guys, the plan was, I believe, to turn and move.
Turn, move, like one. Turn again, move the rest of our movement.
4, so to there. That would be 5 total.
Yes, and then fire a broadside.
Okay, so you're gonna shoot again at this ship.
Sounds good.
You could do either,
because I don't believe that last one. Would they both? I mean, they'd both be caught in that broadside, wouldn't they? Because they're 3 away.
I'll double check, but I think you still have to choose.
I mean, it's a broadside, so it covers that whole swath. Wouldn't it cover multiple ships? If they're, I mean, it's like a fireball. It covers multiple.
It's only it's one target in the ship's broadside arc.
Does it say that explicitly?
Yeah, in ship actions in the book it says attack with primary target at primary attack at a target in the ship's broadside arc is what that ship action does.
Okay.
So
if they were closer together, I might let you do that or something.
Okay. So which one are we going after?
I mean, originally I'd intended for this one, so I think for narrative's sake, keep that one. That makes the most sense.
Let's see if it hits.
I believe in you. Oh!
You yelled at the crew to just get one side ready, and they all neglected this side.
Actually, Morgan heard the captain say, "I believe in you," and it threw her off, so.
I did my daily affirmations. I'm trying to be the nice captain.
She's like, why is she being so nice to me? What did I do wrong?
This is weird.
Apparently my captaining style is going to change midway through the battle. Try to motivate people correctly.
So I'm assuming that definitely does not hit?
No, definitely not. I'm also just double checking. So because you only have one gunner, just for the future, you only get to add your ship die to the first attack roll.
Oh, that's a bummer. Okay.
Yeah.
But
unless more
Fair
people
could have gone and
yeah.
shot the second one as well. Because I think the +1 from the bosun is not that good, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because we're allowed to switch positions each turn, right?
Basically, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and it doesn't cost any AP or anything.
No, you guys can move about, is the idea.
Next time I will take the second gunner action instead of the bosun one.
Okay.
I mean, there are times where you'll only be making one attack. So
we can swap back and forth each turn between yelling motivation and telling people to shoot the guns.
Just so every single turn we switch between Gordon Ramsay British edition and Gordon Ramsay American edition.
Gordon Ramsay with children versus Gordon Ramsay with idiot sandwiches.
They're going to move here, turn here.
They beached themselves. We did it.
And attempt to do a come about. Get an extra rotation.
Victory.
Which they fail at, so then they will not move again. So they're trying to turn around in like a big arc, but they slow down too much, and they're kind of run out of steam on that, only moving a little bit as they are trying to. They wanted to turn around and broadside you, but they weren't able to. move
Gotcha.
enough. This other one is going to move forward, turn 1, and then move a couple more times. Actually, no, they would move twice, I think, because of where you were. Well, I had said you guys are here. Yeah. So actually, they're getting very close to ramming distance. Then they're going to move to here.
Quickly looks up the guide to ramming again, because ramming is kind of broken in this system.
It's you roll. If you're the
Here.
person ramming, you roll your hit die
Yeah.
plus
They move
distance
to them.
traveled versus our hit die. So a smaller ship ramming a bigger ship is not that great.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and they definitely have a smaller hit die than you. Okay. So they will get their broadside as they're passing by. And they need a 15, which they miss. So they fire too early, and the cans just hit into the water, missing you for the most part. All right, next turn. What are you guys going to do?
All right. I think so. We're within 2, so we should be able to set these guys on fire, right? Yeah.
You're technically 3 away.
Oh, is it not from the?
It's not from. It's from your hex, technically, not from.
Oh,
front.
okay. All right. Well,
You could move 1 and then do that.
move 1, set them on fire, but a prow shot takes 2 AP, right?
It does, yeah, for this.
And yep. I'm just looking through the PDF, making sure that I have it. Okay, but movement doesn't actually take any. So yes. Oh, so the fire, it just incapacitates, right? So they can't move that turn?
They'll move their 1 because they're not in irons, but will have to spend all of their actions putting out the flames.
Gotcha. Okay. So move forward 1,
You
set
could
them on fire.
move 1, set them on fire, and still use your cannons if by turning after that.
Yeah, actually, that's kind of what I'm looking at, because we haven't done damage to this one yet. We've only done damage to this one.
Correct.
So, and this one is in range of a broadside. So we could do broadside, move 1, set them on fire, turn, move 2, move up to here, turn facing this way, 1, 2.
I'm just going to mark this one as being bloodied, so visually you can
Gotcha.
pull them apart easier.
1, turn, 2, 3.
It being bloodied means that it rolls with disadvantage for being stressed, right?
Correct. Unless they spend some time to repair or something like that.
5. Okay, what I think we're going to do is we're going to broadside, move 1 to here, prow fire, turn, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yep, makes sense to me.
All
Can-
right, that is what we're going to do.
So I think, Jack, did you want our characters to switch spots for now?
We don't need to switch spots. We could both be gunners. Like if we're shooting twice, the +1 that the bosun gets is not that good. A bosun is good when you're half HP.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we could both be gunners, and you could do the first fire, and I can do the second one, so we get the sailing die on both.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. So let me do D20.
So we've got to do initiative first, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
But that is the lookout, so I think that's you, Charlie.
Yep.
And at this point, I'm rolling left to right for my.
If we might take enough hits that it's better for me to stay here and just remove the stress condition.
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right.
We'll see about that.
I'll roll
All right,
mine first
so-
this time. We'll alternate because I think that's a bit fairer.
Gosh. All right, Charlie, I believe in you.
Oh, we
They
already
rolled pretty
established
good.
that that's not effective.
At least they
So-
weren't.
God damn it, Charlie, move your ass and fucking get this ship where I need it to go.
There you go.
I'm not gonna go full actual Lieutenant McLean because that's not fun and I don't like it. But
You can
I
use
will-
it. Remember, you guys have one advantage per day, each of you, each of the four of you.
Oh, each of us?
Yeah, it's not once
Each of us
for
have
the
one
thing. It's
advantage per day.
each of you can roll with advantage once per day on
Oh, I
whatever
thought it
thing
was
that
once
you're
for the
doing.
day.
Is that advantage chosen ahead of time, or is it like inspiration that can be used after?
You have to say you're going to use it.
All right. So yeah.
if you want to use it here, that might not be a bad thing.
Okay. So presuming that Alveron starts whipping Amaranth into shape, she's like, and
Hold on, wait. I'm so sorry. The way he does it is, do you love this ship or not? Move her ass!
Wow.
No.
yeah, I think at that moment she like turns down to him and says, excuse me, you've bled for this ship. And yeah, we do a different D20 just to see if it's higher. No, it's not.
No. Okay, but you still go
Hey.
first with a 23.
23? Yeah.
So
Very nice.
It'll go you guys, middle ship, right ship, left ship.
Yeah.
That made any sense.
All right. So
all right.
broadside on middle ship. That'll
So,
work.
Yeah, broadside. Go ahead, roll the D20 plus, etc. Marisa.
Okay, so I'll go first, I guess, then.
Unless you want.
unless unless you want to do the fire one. But it's too late.
No, we don't want to do the fire one until we move.
That is still a hit though, because
Oh,
they
yay.
don't have a great. They're big enough, but they don't have a lot of reinforced hull. So it's not that hard to hit them.
Okay, let me roll damage then.
11, nice. They haven't been hit yet, but they just took a big one. They're not quite bloodied, but they're getting there.
I think
You strike
that
into them.
Morgan would give Fair a high five, or whatever the Elcar equivalent of a high five is.
Like elbow bump, like you like a yeah.
Yeah, they're always social distancing, so like, I think that Fair is a
Maybe
young
a
enough
chest
Elcar that
bump?
Fist bumping is what
Okay.
is what Bear does.
Right, fist bump, and then you guys move forward one, and then Fair, if you want to go ahead and roll for the flame prow. That definitely hits. Go ahead and roll. It's a D8 plus 2 still, but then because you hit, they'll make a save.
So they do still take fire damage though?
This is the fire damage. They'll get a save off the bat. Which they succeed.
Yeah.
Again, at least that wasn't a shot against us.
Yeah. So the flames hit and scorch the side, but unfortunately, it doesn't seem to catch very much on fire. You don't hit any powder or anything like that. The sails catch a little bit, but the crew is very prompt about putting it out with water and sand.
Gotcha. So it still does 9 damage to them.
That's correct. Yep. And the DC on that is going to be 15. So that's what they needed to beat with their +3.
Gotcha. All right. So then we'll turn another one and move 4 straight down.
All right. They also have taken quite a... They're not played yet, but they're getting there. So you're turning... Sorry, remind me again which way you're going.
Turn 1 more to starboard and then straight down 4.
Okay. You were here and facing the same way, right?
Yeah, so we have 1 more turn and 4 more movement. So
I was just
turn.
double checking because you do have to move and turn.
Yeah. And then 4 straight down from
Down
there.
to here. Okay, turning and then
Yep.
out of their way. All right. We're then going to do the middle ship. So they want to move 1 and turn. You're still in their broadsides. They will shoot at you. They're technically they're going to move, but here they were going to try to get in between you with those, but you're still in your broadside at 1 point, so or you're still in their broadsides at 1 point. Let me check. I think it is still in. Yeah, you'd still be in close range.
Damn.
Okay, so normal rules they are getting double damage.
Yep.
For these particular weapons. So it's
But
two.
you're not doing exploding criticals, thankfully.
No.
Thankfully.
So you guys take 12 points of damage. Bring you down to 39. So you're not stressed yet. But a furious round of cannon shots hit, crashing into several important parts of the ship, nicking a mast as they do so. You hear from one of the crew members, an Alveron man, Captain, we can't take too many more hits like that.
Yeah. Lookout, I think, is going to have to switch out then.
All right, so, sorry, let me just... one.
Just so you know, then, I might say fair. It might be more worth your while since we're only especially, it looks like in this configuration, only going to get one broadside out of everything. Might be best to have you hop up into the rigging as lookout while Charlie goes and makes a repair action. Especially if we can put some distance between them and us right now. Have them do a repair and then be ready for you on the lookout right now.
Okay, so they spend their turn moving. They wanted to cannon you, but you moved out of the way before they could. They were going to cannon you. Yeah, so that's their turn. And then this one's going to go. Yeah, one. They were going to turn this way. Here. So they will. They'll try to broadside you.
We do still have +1 AC. Please, God. Yes.
They miss. The cannon shot's not quite hitting their target, aimed too low. A spray of water goes up nearby.
That's also the one that should have disadvantage.
Oh, they should have disadvantage. You're right. They missed, but I'll roll again. Just
Not that it matters.
See if they accidentally set their sails on fire or something.
But no,
I mean, it didn't happen to us, so.
Missing, thanks to probably what happens is some of the cannons are off a little bit thanks to some of the damage. They're not correcting quite right for them. Yes, that's going to be their turn. All right, back again. What do you guys do?
All right. I'm going to order Mrs. Amaranth, to your station, please. I feel like there's some holes that need stopped up. Mr. Fair, if you would be so kind to take the rigging, please. Make sure that we have a little bit more coverage on our aft. And as
already slicing through a rope and sailing up into the lookout thing, just catapulting himself into the sky.
As Fair comes up, Amaranth just grabs the same rope and just down, trading places immediately. And she's gone
Amaranth,
completely suspiciously silent.
As you go by, just going to grab Amaranth very quickly, and I need you to make her whole again. Go on. I believe in you. Claps you.
The two dwarves on the ship are waiting for you, Amaranth, having heard that there will be some carpentry, some battle repairs to be done.
All right. I will not need an extra rotation. Just so you all know, my plan is going to be to take us through this inlet here and give us as much time as we can to do repairs before we come back around and get off a broadside into whoever tries to pursue us.
Okay.
And Fair, you're taking over and lookout, right?
Yep.
All right.
Go ahead, do that. Don't forget that you can push the crew if you want. So that would give you 4 actions, which means you could do, more stuff.
No, because repair takes all of our actions anyways.
Oh,
So even if I push us, it would still use up the whole action economy.
yeah, you don't really have anybody to shoot, so that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Same thing, left to right.
Or actually, that's a good question then, Andrew. When it says repair takes all, does that mean if I push the crew, it would take all of our normal, which is 3, but I could still have 1 in reserve from pushing the crew? Or does it mean it uses all of it, no matter how many AP we actually have?
I see on the sheet it says 3.
That's because you're normally have 3. Because the sheet says 3, I'm thinking that the intention is the repair is equal to your normal total actions.
Gotcha. So if I push the crew, repair does take all 3, but you do get the extra +1.
Yeah, you could do a cannon. It would be the only thing that you would be able to do.
But that does also mean by this, if we're being consistent with it though, if I push the crew 1 turn, the next turn we wouldn't be able to take the repair action, correct?
Correct. That would be correct.
Okay, just making sure I understand the logical consistency.
Yep.
I appreciate it. Thank you, man.
Right.
Sounds good. I will not, because Aft is not going to be able to reach them, I don't think, right now. Right?
Also,
No.
Also, even though we, because we're using all of it, it does mean that Morgan could help, and it will just add their sailing die to make the repair even more likely to succeed.
Yep.
It won't change the amount we repair, but it does like add a d6 to the roll.
Awesome. Then let's do it that way then. Good plan.
Okay. So you guys actually go last because the pirates rolled really well. I said left to right. So okay. So the damage one's going to go first. You're lucky because they're actually going to do a repair as well.
How dare the enemy have, the same abilities we do to make combat fair and equitable?
Although they're not doing a very good job. They're scrambling about trying to. They actually do have disadvantage, even on the repair check. Yeah, they're scrambling about on the ship. You can see them like trying to patch holes. You think maybe there might be taking on a little bit of water, so like splashing it out. But they are having trouble. They are going to continue to sail. 1 turning 4 6, trying to go kind of that way. Right. Then we've got this middle one. They're trying to full turn, so they're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, and they will hit you. They can't broadside because of you're technically not in that square, but they will try to hit you with their small arms. So their front.
They should have disadvantage then, right? Because we should be outside of range.
For this one? No.
No? Oh, okay.
I know.
Oh no, for that one, yeah,
36,
gotcha.
yeah. When they're coming up, they're in range. They probably hit you here because of that would just make sense. You don't have a no. You still have a lookout. Never mind. Bear's up there. They missed the catapult. The catapult, just like almost straight into the water. Like it wasn't strung properly. This is the first time they've used it in a while, and now they're like going about trying to fix it as they do so. This last one is then going to who's first. There, right, 4. They're gonna get to there. They'll try to hit you with their. Yeah, they'll try to hit you with their front ones, but they will be at disadvantage because of the distance. Wait, I did the syntax right on that. They also missed that. The ballista bolt flying off and hitting the water, crashing into the spray. It's then your guys' turn. So go ahead and we'll do the repair first, since that just makes sense to me.
Copy.
all
So
right, so that's going to be.
And you're rolling plus 2d6 on this.
Okay.
Because you've got a person helping you.
Okay. Let's see.
2d6 plus 20 d20 plus 4, right?
Yep.
Okay. Oi.
15. That's
I
still
rolled
enough.
tonight.
Still enough. Thanks to the aid of the other your other person.
Okay.
And
Is
the
that-
experience of the crew. So you're going to heal 1d10 plus 2.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Nice.
So
Okay.
7.
Perfectly average. I can take it.
Putting you back at 46 now.
Excellent. And then we will turn once and go right through that straight, Andrew.
All right. So you're going to go like that.
Yeah, I guess I envision that more as like being like between the straight, like between that archipelago and that little sandbar is what we're trying to thread the needle
Yeah.
on.
You can do that. I just because of the way.
Yeah,
the
no,
ship
I
moves.
got you. It's just the way hexes work.
Yeah. You're really moving more like this, but you're kind of having to keep it like that.
Yeah, we're Tokyo drifting it.
You're really facing more like that way.
Yeah.
All right.
I think Amaranth shouts at Alveron, either get us out of range or sink them. I can't keep up with this kind of damage.
All right. So speaking of which, what are you guys doing on your turn? I mean, if they're reacting first, then they're going to be in range. But if you can move for them, then you can still be out of range. But so it sounded like the plan was to move out and then start to turn around. Is that right?
Yeah, and use that sandbar right here as kind of natural cover to gain us another turn. Because we still get 2 turns. So it should be able to move us forward, turn, come up, turn, and come up. And then have a broad... Because they'll be following us. But the hope is that as they're following us, we'll be able to get a broadside off into at least one of them. Right along
Makes
there. So move, turn up, do another repair action, Charlie. And then on the next turn, we'll be up ready to take that broadside. Okay?
And
Or not, sorry. Fucking Morgan.
Andrew, I'm going to send you a quick message because I want to confirm. I can do a character action also. Like, I could do a station action, or I could do character actions, right?
Yeah, if you
Like
have
if
a
there was-
spell or something,
Okay.
you are
I just said-
whatever 7 times 50 is away from the ship, 350 feet away from the nearest ship, if that matters.
Okay.
Can I cast heroism on the ship, on our ship, to gain 0.4 of health?
Unfortunately, not.
That's a pity.
I'll let you do it if you want to. What does heroism do again? Is that
You
just
can't
temp
be
HP?
frightened. And you can't be frightened.
I would let you cast heroism to give yourself advantage on like a bosun check. Like you could do stuff like that.
Meh.
But
I'm not doing that right now.
heroism doesn't do that much, unfortunately. So
yeah,
translating that to 30 people, or 36 people rather. So let's go ahead and roll initiative. Fair, I believe, is still on the lookout. Right.
20.
I should actually be rolling that stress ship at disadvantage as well for this. Don't want to forget that. So left to right again. 1, 2.
Oof.
Wow. Even with disadvantage, they got an 18. Okay. So you guys will go second. So this middle ship, the one who's been dogging you, they're going to go first. They've been rolling really well, actually. 1, 2, 3. Go.
Well, thank God we've got that repair action this round.
They're going to take a shot.
Nice.
But they miss. The cannons. You guys are moving too quickly trying to thread through this needle, and they're also having to avoid the sandbar, so they can't get right up next to you like they might want to, because they're going to have to turn more on there. So you guys then go. Let's do the repair.
Yeah, and so in that case, I'm gonna pop out my shipwright feature background for a solid 10 is that now? How does that factor in?
So
Because this is what I was asking.
Yeah, for that,
Yes.
it would just be your proficiency mod because the ship HPs are normally inflated by 5. We can just reduce that down to your proficiency mod.
Okay, so would it be?
For you guys, it would be an extra 2.
Okay, so I could just add 2 to whatever I do.
Correct. Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay. All right. So
Which is pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'll take anything. Right.
Yeah, seriously.
Do I have any help on this one, or is it just me this time?
No, I think you still have help, and I don't think anybody
This
moved.
is your dwarf, I think. Yeah.
Morgan's helping.
Morgan's
because
helping. Yeah.
there's firing to be done.
Oh, gotcha. Nice.
I got another D6 on there too, but it doesn't matter.
Just for context, so that ability, if you were in like a raft, you could use that to almost full repair that raft instantaneously.
Okay.
Yeah.
But because the size of the ship, that's how that's getting translated. That's great. So go ahead and roll. We'll just roll +4.
Oh, I was worried about that for a moment.
11. All right.
Nice.
57. So you guys are just down 3 now. Yes.
Andrew,
Awesome.
can I cast my bless equivalent to give all rolls plus D4 for the next round?
Because you're casting that on a wide thing, I'll let you give it a +1 to everybody.
Sure. Nobody can see it because Fair's in the lookout thing, but like Fair, for a moment, completely like blinks out of existence, and this tall blonde lady is standing there, and she just lifts up her hand, ethereal and like just gorgeous, and from her hand sapling sprouts and leaves begin to fall all over the ship, and then Fair like blinks back into existence, pointing out where the next attack's coming from.
And so the way that's working is the people that you're choosing are getting their D4, but it's translating to the ship as a straight +1.
That's the wrong one. That was heroism. It's this one.
Nice try.
It's this one. God damn it.
Amaranth looks up in time to like catch a leaf on her like cheek and like pull it off and like, oh, Fair-sided again.
Yeah, Fair does this like once, like so rarely.
This is the first time Alveron is seeing it, but at this point he's just like, wow, I can't wait to tell Will about this. Moving on with all of this eldritch insanity.
Not that eldritch, it's a fantasy, like super fantasy lady.
Taking the turn as tight as we can, Andrew, with 2 turns, and then zooming up and prepping Miss Bane. Best be ready for a broadside as we're coming around the sandbar.
She pops up. Yes, Captain. Then goes back down.
I think Amaranth is gonna go, might I join her?
You could hear that.
She looks well enough, Miss Amaranth. I reckon we could use you on the guns.
And she's...
This is a voice Alveron has never used with the rest of the compatriots before, but this is all he knows how to do when he's aboard a ship. Yeah. And it's so funny to me that y'all have not seen him act this way.
You could get to there. I've done that right. I think you'll be able to turn again on your next.
I think we get one more turn out of that, if I'm remembering correctly.
Come on, turn again. No, because you were facing. I'm kind of working. You were facing basically straight down. Then you've turned one, and then another time. Yeah. Okay, so that's you. But then both the other ships. So the actually the damaged one is going to go. They're going to.
They're just pointing in the wrong direction.
3, 4, 5, 6. So they're going to move there, and they're going to attempt to repair again.
Fail, you sons of bitches.
Sorry, they're at disadvantage. It's really bad to go below half in this system.
Yeah.
Unless you have a bosun, right?
Unless you have a bosun, then it's not as big a deal. So they Oh, I did. I've been doing best of the two. That's right.
Yeah.
DL.
Yeah, but they failed. So I mean,
just-
they nat one it. So
Yeah, that wouldn't really have changed anything. I'll remember to do it.
The one before was they were all the same thing.
Yeah. Okay. So with the one, they're like flailing about. It's very clear they seem to be taking on water, so they're just like trying to struggle to get the water out and do the repairs at the same time. It's not going very well for them, but they're soldiering on. This one is then going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They all do a full sail because they want to. They're far away. They're trying to get close to you. And they do, so they're going to get an extra point of bring them to there. But that's their turns. They're not. Okay. Now we're back to stop. What are you guys doing?
all right. Can I spend I have inspiration. Can I spend that to give advantage on this initiative roll?
Yeah, if you want.
All right, I will spend that inspiration to do so then, so that we have we have that on the initiative roll. Is that you, Jack?
Yeah, I can spend my once a day advantage.
Oh, that's right. Then yeah, okay. Use that. I'll hold that in advance, like as captain.
I order you
I'll
to
hold that
use
inspiration.
Mhm.
Yeah, because even if I'm doing a bosun thing, like to stop it being stressed, that's my stat, not the ship stat. So
That's true. So yeah, so I'll hold my inspiration then and let you use that. That makes sense.
Also, usually not that hard for you.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll this twice instead of doing like a keep highest thing.
Sure, that's fine. Yeah.
What? Well,
Wow. Did that? Wait, what? I thought one of those came up with 14.
The first.
No, it was a 2 and a 3.
Yeah.
And then the D6 balanced it out. I'm very sorry.
Oh, okay.
Oh wait, it's +1. It's a 9 from my
9.
bless.
All right.
All right. Well, we have shite initiative, but
at least it didn't use your inspiration.
That's true.
Left to right again for them. Oh, I didn't add the +3, so that's actually a 16. Sorry.
Okay.
Well,
did that do it right that time? No, it didn't. So that's actually an 8. So
yeah.
I'll say you guys have a higher skill, so you'll break ties. We'll do that ties that way.
Also, ours is a 9.
Oh, yours is a 9. So yeah, you'll go second. So this one is actually going to go first.
Wasn't that bad?
Do we need to declare our actions, Andrew?
Sorry, this one's going to go first.
Yes, we probably did.
Oh yeah, sorry. I thought that you guys had told me. I kind of felt like I knew what you were doing because you're going to move
you
broadside,
probably know what
broadside,
we're gonna do.
right? Broadside.
Well,
You could do that.
Broadside. Wait, is that allowed? I thought you were only allowed one side broadside per turn.
Oh yeah, because
it doesn't actually explicitly say that though.
Let me double check.
It just says what the action point cost of it is.
Most ships kind of vessel maneuvers. Double check because I felt like I remember reading that too, but now I'm not sure where it's at.
Like for ship actions, a broadside. I don't think it really says.
I do think it's more interesting if you can only use one side.
Yeah, it makes sense too.
So
like,
I'm happy
standpoint.
to limit everybody to that. It does give a slight advantage, I think, to numbers, but I feel like that's realistic.
Okay, so we'll turn once to face more in this direction.
Well, and you can still do the small arms and the broadside. So you just have to maneuver it a little bit.
Yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Broadside on the left, catching this guy. So turn 1, 2, 3,
So you'll actually
4.
you have to move one and then turn.
Oh, okay. Well, we're still 1, 2, 3, 4. We're still 1, 2, 3. We're still
here.
well within broadside for him. That's
Okay.
fine. And then we're facing up in this direction. That's
And
4.
they are going before you. Well, I guess you wouldn't
so we
have
might
known
wind
that
up in a...
when you you were deciding, but
That's
this is the
fair.
way
So
we do that.
I'll operate without. So we're here, and then I could turn. So move 1 here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. Turn.
You're gonna end up here, basically.
Yeah, well, that's 4. Turn left again, facing this direction. 1.
No, that's
We're
5.
3 away.
Yeah. 1, 2,
What?
3, 4,
Oh,
5.
1. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, you're right. Ah, shit. Okay. Well, that's 1, and then, but we're still 1, 2.
Yeah, you could do a broadside from there onto them for sure.
But we only have one side, right?
Correct. Yeah, but the other people might move out of your thing. So yeah, wait, it's up to you.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll do a broadside when we get to that point, and then target will be, depending on who's there. I feel like that's reasonable.
Okay. So then your actions are broadside and small arms.
Yes.
Okay. Good. All right. So they're going to go.
Small arms might be made at disadvantage, but that's acceptable.
3, 4, 5, 6. So they're going to end up here. It's actually better for you, technically speaking. So they're going to do a broadside as they pass by.
Shit. Yeah, that'll hit.
Or 6 points of damage, bringing you back to 51 again.
All right. Since I said it was going to be broadside and aft, there's no way to change it to 2 broadsides, correct? Because now they're in our right-hand broadside, and we'll have a left-hand broadside when we get up.
That's correct, because you would have to, because part of this is crew allocation, so you have all the crew. Okay. You have enough of the crew to do one broadside down there, and then enough of the crew to do the cannons up there.
Gotcha. Okay, so then we'll move forward 1. We'll do a aft burn, and we'll burn them, and then we'll go up, and then do the broadside.
So
if you're all right with that.
Do the flame gout as you turn.
Yep. Mrs. Fane, if you would be so kind to send them a message in fire.
That's still nice. Is that still the D20, the D6, and the 4?
It's pretty much what you're going to be rolling the whole time, unless your stuff changes.
Okay. I like the idea that Alveron, 2 battles from now, is in a similar position and is like, no, I know that the movement will change and we can do 2 broadside attacks. The learning from this fight that Alveron is doing is.
Well, that's why. In case we do, which we probably will. In case we do another one of these for the main game, that's more important story-wise. I wanted to do this one so that we learn the system. I feel like we're getting there. So that is still
what you're putting down, Andrew.
That is still a hit. Because these things are not that hard to hit, and you guys are pretty good. So with that 6, go ahead and roll a D8 plus 2, and then I'll do their save as well.
Sure.
You got this.
4, so that's 4 points damage that they take. They don't make the save, so they will not be able to do anything on their next turn. They'll still be able to move, but nothing else.
Sweet.
Oh, Charlie went away.
Okay.
Where'd Charlie go?
Charlie!
They're back.
Oh, okay. Your camera was just off.
Yeah, well, Discord crashed, and for the first time ever, I heard the dice rolling, because there was nobody talking, and I just heard these, really clear...
The clack. All right. So they're still they're not quite stressed yet. That wasn't quite enough damage. But they do that. So then you're moving 1, 2, 3, 4. Means you're gonna
and then broadside up.
Them. All right.
Yep.
All right.
You could broadside these people again as you're passing. I will let you choose which side you broadside.
Oh, we could. we did what, 4 damage to them, and we'd done 9 to them previously.
Yeah, and the other people you've done 11 to.
Wait, so this one we've done 11 to.
That one you've
but
done
then
17. Sorry. I have to do some quick math. That one you've done 16 to. So you've done 16, 11, 9. Sorry, 13 now. If you would like to, I'll let you make a water vehicles check to figure out roughly how much HP these things have now that you've been fighting them for a while.
Okay, if that won't take up my action economy, I'll definitely try to do a quick
it's not long
calculation
enough. You
on
can
that.
do a free thing.
Vehicle water. That's not me. I don't know what that was.
Yes.
Oh, somebody misclicked. I was like, oh.
All rolls for the attack, right?
Maybe, yeah.
So the tool proficiency does or does not give a bonus.
You'll get your proficiency on it. Is basically what's happening. So it'll be.
That's all. It's so weird. I thought it gave like a +5 or something.
No, you're probably thinking you have the gloves, which give you a +5 to a bunch of stuff.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
I mean, you could just roll well, like you've been rolling. So these things have around half your HP in total. So they have about 30 HP. Slightly more.
Oh, we lost Charlie
much.
again.
What's our internet's acting up? That's probably why they rolled, because they wanted to have that roll out there.
All right, so we've moved all in. So we can either do a broadside to this one that we've done approximately 13 damage to, or this one that has taken about 11 damage. So that's about equitable between. We did basically incapacitate this one, so we know they can't take a healing action next turn,
That's
right?
correct. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they'll have to put out the fires first.
In that case, then let's spend our broadside on these fuckers. Let's do it.
Oh, these ones?
Was
So we set them on.
also a gunner right now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you, Charlie.
Okay.
Morgan and Amaranth are on the guns. Morgan was on the not stern. Stern gun. Aft gun.
So does it make sense for Amaranth to do it to get that like extra bonus, the D6?
The extra
bonus?
D6, yeah.
Okay.
It does, but you should run it for me because I have to reload the whole thing.
Sure. I'll roll as if this was you.
The same roll. It's just to spread around the rolls.
D20 plus D6 plus 4.
We're not just having Sean roll with me for forever. That definitely hits.
And then damage is a D10 for broadside?
Yep, that's correct.
D10 plus 2.
Okay.
Ooh,
nice.
All right.
And that's the one we dealt 13 to before.
You did. They're not dead, but they are bloodied. So they're going to be, which is really bad in this, they're rolling at disadvantage for right now.
What kind of ammo are we using currently?
We're currently using
standard shot.
Yeah, round balls.
Got it.
I'll
get that camera back to fix the Twitch in just a moment.
You can switch that to grape shot or chain shot, which does.
I was going to say one does disadvantage, doesn't it? Or costs them points on their stuff.
The other thing about those two, though, is that they are shorter range. You have to be a little bit closer. Which right now isn't a huge issue. Okay, so this one...
It's also like, it does half damage in order to impose those penalties.
Correct,
so...
So that one went...
but it is a free action to reload different rounds, so...
And it's going to be... Yeah. No.
You got the Sanders.
This one. So I'm just trying to remember which one goes with. So this one's going to go next. There. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So they are shooting at you.
All right. With their aft?
No, they were doing a broadside because they passed by.
Oh, they did a broadside as they passed us.
Yeah,
okay.
they passed by because you could do the shot at any point during your movement.
Copy.
Which is true for you guys as well. They're rolling at disadvantage, which they miss you. They're taking out too much water. They're so focused on that. They're like having trouble doing other things still, but they wanted to try to hit you to draw some fire. This one's then going to go. Oops. This 2, 3, just skirting by. Get to there. They were also going to do a broadside against you. Missing. They're rolling poorly. There's the cannons shooting at you, but mostly just bouncing off of the side of your ship without impacting solidly. We're then going to go again. So they're all behind you now. 2 of them are very wounded and are having trouble doing stuff. One of them can't even repair this turn.
Just want to check if we go. Our aft does not have the same fire ability, but it does have just a regular aft shot on that. Pretty much.
Correct. So you can do the normal small arms with that, but you can't do the flame version of that.
Gotcha. And we need to move 1 before we can turn, right?
Yeah.
All right. So if we did aft 1,
double check that. That was my understanding. I'll make sure I'm doing that. Base. Oh no, I'm actually wrong. You can rotate before you move, but you have to move again at least once before you can rotate again.
Gotcha.
So
okay, so I
can't go from facing here to here, but you can go here first right away. You could do like here to here, here to here, for instance.
Okay. I mean, Andrew, it looks like a perfect opportunity to get that aft shot here, turn in this direction, move 1 to here, turn again. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. We should have a full broadside on both of these.
I'll allow. I'm probably gonna say the way I'll probably do that, because one of them is in front of the other, is that you can hit the other people, but it will be with half damage, basically.
Okay, so whatever damage we do to the first one, we'll do half damage to the second one?
Correct.
And then I just want to make sure this right here is not a hazard, right?
No. It probably could be,
just
but
waves breaking.
For our sake, it's just, there's some what you call it, kelp there and other kinds of vegetation.
Gotcha. Okay, so I mean, Alveron, I'm going to spend my inspiration and just keel to starboard, you salty dog! Fucking turn us and light up everything you see on the starboard side. Full fucking, like, by the way, if anyone looks, the rapier is out and is pointing at people at this point. And you don't feel like
that was
people,
for,
like... Go ahead, Jack.
That was for initiative advantage?
Yes, that's for initiative advantage. Like, the rapier is out. Like, even if it points at you, you don't feel like it's being pointed, oh, fuck to the yes, baby. You don't feel like it's being pointed at you necessarily, but you're like, oh, damn, the sword is out. Let's fucking go. The vibe I am projecting is not, I will kill you if you fuck up. The vibe I am projecting is, fucking get ready. Let's get hype. Come on. Let's party hardy, you salty dogs.
That's the correct syntax. Yes, there we go.
And anytime I roll a critical on a rogue that isn't to sneak attack someone, it just feels like such a waste.
Right?
So dirty, isn't it?
Crit sneaks are.
Could have been so much damage.
So you guys go first. So you're gonna hit the one directly behind you, right?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
It's the one we've barely hit.
Whichever one of you two wants to do that. Doesn't matter.
Gunners, go ahead.
What do you think, Charlie?
I really want to sink these ships, but let's see what happens.
Okay.
All right, so we each have an attack, right?
Yeah. So
Or-
whoever wants
so
to
that
do
way you both get the plus d6.
the first one is I'll leave up to you guys.
Okay.
You can go first, Charlie.
All right.
With the smaller gun.
All right. So it's d20 plus d6 plus 4, right?
Yep. Same thing as always.
Yep.
Oh!
Nice.
That does do double damage.
on
So
that.
2d8
All
plus
right.
2.
All right.
Morgan runs over and gives you, I guess our customary. Did you say elbow bump instead of a high five?
Yeah.
Fist bump.
Hashtag
It's all fist
pandemic
bumps.
safety.
All fist bumps.
Uba would
Yeah.
be very happy about that.
Yeah. You get a fist bump and a. Fine, we'll sink them. We're gonna sink them and we're gonna make them burn. Preferably not in that order.
All right, 11 points
Ooh.
damage. Again to the you. Actually no. Actually. Oh no, yeah, that one. You'd done 11 to them previously.
Yeah.
Just keep doing 11 damage to them. Eventually they'll be dead. So this one's also bloodied.
Nice.
Stressed. So then you're
All right, and then we turn
moving
one.
to here. And then broadside, right?
Yep, and then
Oh no, you're moving to here and then going broadside.
yeah,
when
that's
you're,
more what we
when you're
envisioned.
passing by.
So yeah,
right.
that's the broadside we're trying to do.
I
Yep,
remember now.
Oh, this is a little stressful.
you got this.
15, it still
It's like-
hits.
So
Okay.
hard to.
It's hard for you guys to miss because their AC is so low.
I got you.
Which is part of the reason why there's 3 of them in this encounter.
That's
max damage.
Yeah.
All right, so you're doing 12 to this one, which does not sink them.
That's the one we've hit the most, correct?
Yeah, that one's taken 28.
This one has?
And
I thought that
the
was
one
this
behind-
one. Am I not right? Am I wrong?
No, I think
That
you're
was-
right, Andrew.
Yeah,
I thought
think
the
you're
front
right.
one was the one closest to us was the one that had been damaged forever.
No, I think that was the one we don't.
this was the one you just flamed and then broadside just right now.
Yeah.
Which
So
meant
the one
it has
closest
just taken
is the one
most
we've done
damage.
16 to.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm
so
right.
that takes 12, right?
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's taken 28.
It has now taken the most damage, but it hadn't prior to what I was.
And then the next one takes 6, correct?
Correct. So
Wow,
both of those are treading water at this point. They look like they just need one. Even a bad hit will put them under. I mean, even the other one, a good hit will put it under. All right. Then they are gonna go. Yeah, because they all go after you. Okay. So I'm gonna do. Oh, I hit you. Okay, yeah, right to left. So the one that you're right next to is gonna go first. They were going to.
It does seem nice because now, like, those 2 that are more southernly really can't do a broadside without hitting their own people.
Yeah, it's not good.
I mean, they can. It'll just do half damage to us and full damage to their own shit.
So they were gonna go down, move to 4. 6, and try to do a repair. They're still at disadvantage at.
Nice.
I am rolling. They cannot repair to save their lives. Just utterly failing. So that's their turn. Then we're going to do this one. So, yeah, they were going to go here, turn. We're going to shoot at you there, but they can't, so they'll instead go 1, 2, 3, 4.
That's the incapacitated one, though.
Oh, you're right, you're right. Well, in that case, sorry, I totally misremembered that. Yeah, they were there. Yeah, one. That's right. They were going to just move away.
Because they still have to move one because of drift, right?
They're still moving. They just don't get any actions.
Ah, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, so they were going to do this. That's right. Thank you. And they're trying to clear that so they don't get even repair or anything at all. This one is going to 1, 2, take a shot at you. Disadvantage. Still managing to hit you. Only for 3 points of damage. So the balls hit, but they're kind of weak shots, just chipping off wood, near the deck. They're then going to move.
What happens when you soak your cannonballs in milk?
3, 4, 5, 6. They move to there. They're kind of a little bit fleeing you at this point. All right, back to the top. What are you guys doing?
Turn to starboard 1.
So basically go down.
Yep, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Brilliant. 1, 2, 3. Brilliant. Seems like from there, 2 broadsides.
Do you want to? If you push the crew, you'll be able to hit all of them. You could do 2 broadsides and the front.
I think we're gonna push the crew.
All right.
I need to make a persuasion check.
Yes, that's correct.
It's an Elcar crew. Do I have advantage because of my armor?
Yeah,
It's not really that much of an Elcar crew, right?
it's 50%, so I'll give it to you.
We're flying under the Elcaran flag. I mean,
Deeply offended by being affected by this Elcar friendship.
24, yeah, you do it.
I just yell out, not quite abusive, because there's a difference between abusive and controlling, as every single narcissist is fond of saying. Did not mean to slay Marisa there. My deepest apologies. But just yell out, "You sons of bitches! You've got them on the run! Are you gonna let them take the wind away from you? Go!" This is the first time the actual Irish accent has come out for Alveron, and it's just full fucking... The first mate just grabbing a hold of them as I scream it.
Oh man, you're just like yelling. Callum's like, he's usually not like this.
Fair's in the lookout being like, this is why I don't serve on ships that are like this.
Let's resolve these left to right.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
It's just so pretty.
Oh, so one of these you're not going to get a +6 on because you...
But I was rolling the initiative.
Oh, you're rolling initiative. I totally forgot. I was so excited for this to go off. You'll probably beat them since they're all at disadvantage. But
I thought giving the 6s on a d6 the crit animation for a rogue made sense.
I like it. I think your thing was pretty cool. So I'll do left to right for them.
With disadvantage, correct?
Yeah, with disadvantage. That helped you because one of them would have crit.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, no, they're like treading water as you are coming right up next to them. So we'll resolve the cannons left to right as well. So remember, one of these you won't get a d6 on because you only have 2 people on the guns.
All right, we'll take that for the aft then.
All right, so both the broadsides will get it.
Both the broadsides will get it, yeah.
All right, we'll do. Why don't we do Marisa first? First last time.
I finally cursed you.
Can't use my advantage, right? Because you said I have to use the advantage before I see
You're
the result.
supposed to, for your once a day one, you're supposed to call it beforehand.
Okay.
Yeah, nobody has inspiration at the moment.
Yeah, I used my inspiration already.
All right.
Or no, I actually haven't. I didn't use my inspiration. So Marisa, I would like to give you my inspiration.
You did.
No, because Jack,
Jack
you
did.
used yours instead.
No,
But the second
and then
time.
you did a whole thing about grabbing the first mate and.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay.
That is, I
Alright.
did that to give us an initiative bonus. You're right. My bad.
Whoops.
I mean, it turned it from a 10 to a 27, so it was a good use of inspiration.
Yeah.
I have to be right back.
Okay, so I'm assuming that doesn't hit.
That does not
Yeah.
hit. It just barely. A couple of the balls like hit the side, but they're kind of at a bad angle as well, so you're hit a bunch of water.
I think that Morgan has been yelling mostly positively at the people until just now, and is now using as many curse words as they can.
Okay. Sean, why don't you do the second one, since this is, I think, the one that is that nobody's
Yeah.
doing. So
So
just be
it's
D20
just-
plus 4.
Yep.
That hits. Go ahead, roll D8 plus 2 as this seahorse with hooves belches flame.
I got it. I thought I knew a shortcut, but I don't. So, nice.
They die.
Were they the one that we done? They were down to what? 5?
Yeah, that's the one that was down to 5.
Cool.
No, that was the one that was yeah, the one that was down to 5. It would kill any of them anyways, so it doesn't really matter.
Nice. All right. So just engulfed in flames. Just I guess the narrative for that is that Alveron pushes forward on the deck and slams down on the dragonfire as it's pushed, and then immediately as the ship in front of us has burst into flames, which is every sailor's nightmare, by the way, as they have burst into shame, turning to the port guns and said, "Now sink them too, so they join each other in the depths," pointing at y'all on port side.
Charlie.
Just by the way, if you can see, I don't know at this distance, eyes glowing bright seafoam green and right hand crackling with electric energy.
I think that Morgan might see that peeking up from the deck and is just kind of like, I'm going to make note of that.
We're gonna have a conversation later, maybe. All right, Charlie, go ahead and roll for that one.
All right. Yeah, and so
Oh wow.
Sorry,
Bear
Fair.
does not see from up
I love
in the...
I love low
Okay.
perception characters so much. It's my
Jack's
favorite thing to not
insatiable
think.
desire to know everything about me.
No, I wanted to not know because Fair never sees anything. That is the lookout. Because why not?
Yes, of course. Yeah, so Amaranth looks over at Captain Alveron. I'm assuming she's a little bit closer, so maybe she sees. But she cracks her neck and is... Oh!
Yeah, that hits. That's a hit.
Hot
Sure.
diggity damn!
Aw.
Still
But
enough.
I'll take it.
All you need for this one. They, in a hail of cannon fire, splinter. The main mast falls as they begin to take on even more water than they had been. The crew abandoning their positions, just jumping straight into the water.
She calls out to the sailors as they jump ship. I've built toy boats stronger than yours, and it's just extremely loud and just sincere. She has built toy boats stronger than theirs.
All right. As the other two ships go down, this first one off to your left is going to start to hoist the white flag of surrender.
Andrew.
Yes.
I'm a former pirate.
Mm-hmm.
My blood is up. They've done damage to my ship, and they've probably killed at least some of my crew. Even if it's not been reflected numerically at this point, at least some of my crew was
definitely
taken
people
cannon
have
shot.
been hurt, if nothing else.
Okay. Am I within my rights, and is it still... For anyone in the chat, I've been playing too much L5R lately, so I'm asking questions about honor and everything. Do I need to accept their terms of surrender?
There's no, like, they were pirates, they were attacking you. You're not, like, the Suthana is not going to be upset if you choose to sink the ship instead of taking their surrender, or anything like that. Probably none of the crew would be very upset about it either. Though, typically I think most of the crew would prefer taking the ship.
It's a bigger prize that way anyways if we do so. Like, bringing a ship back to port is a bigger prize. And then their crew is essentially like, into the brig, we man the ships and bring them back type thing.
Nobody would look bad on you for it. It's definitely more of a neutral / maybe leaning in a little bit to, in D&D terms, which are very specific, neutral evil. But nobody's going to be like, oh, that was the worst thing you could have done. It's not like firing on innocents. So
right, I'm within my rights to do it, but
it's definitely not the most honorable thing in the world. But it's fairly in neutral-ish territory.
All right, then I guess.
And the crew doesn't care about these pirates at all, so.
Totally understood. I think, and what
Amaranth
I think makes
does
sense.
like the ship still.
Amaranth would be upset if you sacrificed the ship if you destroyed the ship unnecessarily.
I think Alveron, and I like this for Alveron's growth. Before, Alveron wouldn't have thought twice about sinking a ship and then plundering its depths. But Alveron has a moment, and he remembers and thinks to himself of when he was powerless just a few weeks ago, and in the hands of something greater than himself, and was shown mercy by the people who loved him, is going to remember that moment and steel himself, and then walk out and speak through one of the... Because I'm guessing there's like a speaking horn or something that can be used to communicate across distances.
Yeah.
Essentially yelling out, "You have my oath. Toss your weapons overboard and bring your ship to keel. You shall not suffer harm, and I will make sure that the Sultana hears that you fought both with honor, you surrendered, and you took all terms of parley when it comes to your sentencing. You have my oath as captain and speaker of the nation."
All right. They're already surrendering, so yeah, you don't have to make a check. They begin to throw what personal arms they have into the sea as you see the anchor is thrown down, which means that they're going to be slowed. They couldn't run away at this point. You would be able to catch up to them.
We'll bring ourselves up alongside, and I'll go over to meet their captain just for formal terms of surrender. And are men teaming out of the other ships that have sunk? Like, I know we've sunk the other ships. Are there like sailors floating, I'm guessing, in the waters here?
Yeah, there's some, like, these people are probably trying to swim over to this bank. There's not really anywhere they're going to be able to go after that because it's just a small island in the middle of nowhere. These people are probably also jumping overboard as well.
Okay. I will give
So-
permission to the other captain to set out lifeboats if he wishes to rescue whatever sailors will also accept the terms of parley. But he is personally responsible for them, and it's his head if he fails to keep them under control.
All right, I understand. I'll if they are still alive, I'll talk to the other captains as well.
Your sword, sir.
I think he probably would have thrown it overboard already.
Okay, sorry, that's more of a formality between surrendering ships, but
I don't
I've
think
been
this guy
reading-
is intelligent enough to know those kinds of these are
okay. Then if I had
slightly
seen that
more
he already
bit
threw
pirates.
his sword over, I'm not going to
You
bother
see an
with
empty
it.
scabbard on his side.
All right, as is then, and he and his officers will not be clapped in irons, but probably the regular enlisted men would be at that point. We have a brig, and we have enough soldiers we have enough sailors. Sorry, I'm running my day job. We have enough sailors to run this scoop. We'll probably fill their brig first, and then we'll fill our brig first, and then any overflow will go into the scoop with these pirates. And then that way our own sailors can run our ship and the scoop. And we will, I'm guessing at least a certain number of people have the the swimming skill.
Yeah.
We'll hang out here in the archipelago and allow Mrs. Amaranth to make repairs as she sees fit to both ships.
And despite the fact that Amaranth didn't seem to be paying attention to the discussion about the box at all, is going to appear at Alveron's shoulder and be like, "What about the box, Captain?"
And look at the. So is it just like a plain box with the mark of the blue petals?
They're more like some crates.
Gotcha. Is this
but
captain
otherwise
that
they're
I'm
like
talking to?
plain wooden crates with like a big stamp on them, basically.
Gotcha. Is the captain that I'm talking to the admiral is not the right term, but the person who's in command of all three vessels, or are they the only captain left?
Let me make some rolls real quick. So these are smaller crews. They probably just have the one captain. The others are like just first mates who have been given these ships.
Gotcha.
So this guy for the ship that was on fire, their leader made it out. The other one did not. He had died in the combat.
Okay.
In total, you take about a dozen prisoners from the three ships, which is the majority of their crews. These are much smaller ships, so they're only crewed by about like 5 people ish altogether.
Okay.
So certainly a few people did die, but in this, the ships took most of the damage in this altercation.
Copy.
If you would, Amaranth, if you want to make me a, I know you didn't fully do a thing. Make me your basically carpenter's tools check. So plus whatever. Because you actually realize, maybe Alveron would know this as well. The ship that was sinking is still maybe salvageable if you get to it in time. It's not like fully sunk yet. They've abandoned it because they assume that they're not going to be able to fix it under fire.
So is that my dex or my int? What is the carpenter tools check?
I'm going to say plus int in this case. So for you, it'll be +5, I think.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I make a navigator's tools with that?
Sure. Yeah, you could give him advantage if you want with that.
Oh yeah, I'll give you advantage on that. I'll assist Charlie.
Okay. Yeah, so. And hold on. I did not hit the button I needed to.
That's good. First one's 17.
Okay, and then this one is not better.
Okay, not good.
Yep.
All right. You are able to mostly salvage the ship enough to get it into a state where it can limp to a port. You probably don't want to take this into deep waters, but you can get by with it.
Gotcha. Andrew, just so you know, then in that case, I'll split up their. So we got 12 crew members.
Mhm.
6 on our ship because I imagine our brig is bigger and able to hold that
Yeah,
many, and
sure.
then 3 and 3 because 3 and 3 shouldn't be able to take over the ships or shouldn't be able to take over the sloops. So that way, keeping the majority together. I'll also make sure that pretty much all of the officers are on the frigate, including the captains. And there's a singular captain, you said, right?
Yeah, basically, the way I'm imagining it is they started out with one ship and slowly they've gotten other ships. So there are 2 kind of captains, but they're not really. There's clearly the one captain who's in charge. They haven't styled themselves as an admiral because pirates don't really do that.
Right.
And they don't have that many ships to really, justify that claim.
No, totally understood. But the major captain has survived, right?
Yes, he's alive.
Okay, my intention is to deliver him to the Lady of Petals, but I'm not going to make that known.
Okay.
Everyone else will be delivered to the Sultana, and I will uphold my end of the bargain, which was that all sailors who surrendered peacefully will be delivered to the Sultana for her judgment, but I will speak on their behalf that they surrendered with honor and did not fight, so at the very least they can act as galley servants rather than being killed.
Yeah, or spend
for their
time.
crimes. Exactly.
Time served. You do note that. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter, but you would note that most of these pirates seem to be human. There's only 2 Elkar amongst them.
Gotcha, which makes sense regionally. But they were captured under the Sultana's banner, so they're delivered under her under the writ of privateering.
Yep.
Anyways, and I guess we'll take Mrs. Amaranth, take as much time as you require in order to get us into tip-top shape again. But once we have so, we will follow along the merchant lines with our prizes behind us. I guess the crew can expect a decent payout because capturing 2 ships of the enemy means a more decent prize. And Alveron will graciously forfeit his captain's share of the prize for this here, for their continued loyalty going into the fight against the Blackened Skies, which he knows he will need a loyal and experienced crew. So I will forfeit my captain's share of the prize publicly, do it on the deck. And but that is also buying people's compliance with the fact that the captain of these ships does disappear. He was killed in the battle. That point is made clear, but he is delivered to the Lady of Petals.
You're telling everybody captain died. Here's some.
It's unfortunate that the captain died, and his petals fell upon the floor of his ship as they did. Speaking in code, but enough that everyone here gets it. That captain is delivered to the Lady of Petals as icing on the cake for her bargain with me. And when I appear on her deck with the captain who betrayed her, as well as the crates marked with her seal, that is just I thought this vintage would please you best, O Lady of Petals.
When Alveron tells the crew this, Amaranth strolls up to Fair and says, "But the captain was right there. He didn't die in battle. Didn't sink him burning. He was right there, wasn't he?"
Fair's thinking about it and says, sometimes people, they, have dual allegiances and do things for duplicitous reasons. He kind of shrugs, a little bit more subdued than he normally is. And he will, Andrew, we're not in the Navy, right? We're like private sailors that are working for the ship.
More or less. Most of the people are like Navy or former Navy on the ship. But you guys are not like officially registered people in the Navy. The ship is a private ship. There's a privateer ship.
Alright. Then Fair will also take the additional share to buy silence. But next time they're in port at Alveron, like there'll just be a dagger stuck in the ship's galley with a note.
I will say
his letter.
With that though, you would have known what you were signing up for. Like they would have told you you're here to hunt pirates, etc., etc., etc.
That's fine, but I think it will make more sense later if Fair is resigned now.
That makes sense. And before we actually get moving, can Morgan let Alveron know that she wants to talk with him at some point in private?
Concerning what?
Concerning the disappearing captain and the blue petals on the crates.
So the disappearing of the captain probably wouldn't be announced until we get back to port, and I announce to everyone, because I don't want the captain to know what's going to happen or his crew. So it will probably be the captain disappears, and I note to you after the fact, I'm forfeiting my shares. They are all for you. You're all being paid. It is a shame that the head of this operation perished in the fight, but he has his justice, etc., etc. The Lotus's crates are offloaded at the same time that he is. I'm guessing that there's something clandestine that allows that to happen.
Yeah.
I forfeit my captain's shares. Both the crates and the captain go disappearing from the brig our first night docked into port. I make the announcement the second day in port. And it is that implicit understanding of, I forfeited my shares. I'm after the Black Skies. That's what matters to me. You all have your payout. Your patience and your professionalism is rewarded. I mean, and the captain's share is substantial.
Yeah.
For bringing back 2 prize ships as well as cargo.
Yeah.
So
I think she'll still want to talk to you, not in a chastising way, but just at some point after the captain goes missing and you say that.
Totally down for that. I will say I have to use the bathroom, so I'm going to mute, but I will be right back within like 2 minutes. I know we're pushing on 11 o'clock and pushing for the session, but I know we need to wrap this up. So I'm going to do that and then be right back and be good.
Okay. Yeah, so you guys busy yourselves fixing up the ship. You had taken fairly minimal damage overall. Like you had gone down a little bit, but you're able to patch. Nothing major was hit. You're able to patch it up after a couple hours of work from the crew. It takes a little bit longer to get the more damaged sloop up and running again. But in that time, the crew is separated, or the captured crew is separated onto these ships, and put in the brig and everything. And your crew is then slightly split up to man these other ships while you bring them back and forth. You head back around, not encountering any bad weather, as it takes you 3 days to get back to Tal'Anfagon. So you were gone for just over an Imris week. As you get into port, it is late at night. So some of the crew disembarks, but a lot of them just stay because they're tired. They don't necessarily want to go out right away. In the morning, once everybody is back, just in case you want to shove off again, Alveron gives this speech about the captain and giving up their share of the sloops, which you all would know would be pretty substantial. I'll do the math on what your 3 characters get in terms of gold, because it might come up for one-shots and other purposes. After which, I think we'll just go to... I think we should just do it now. Alveron, you head back into the captain's quarters with Morgan in tow.
Gotcha. So just to explain mechanically, then I guess to make sure, the first night we arrive in town, I would have come up on the docks, whatever the dockmaster is. Like, I know who the Lady of Petals is. I know how she operates. I should probably be able to press one of her seals and a gold coin into the hand of a dockhand and say, ensure that her ladyship knows that her prize has been delivered.
I think there's probably actually somebody waiting for you as you pull up. Like, she was.
Oh, she's the all-knowing Lady of Petals.
She's just like, you know, it takes a while for you to dock in, and your ship is fairly recognizable given how new it is and stuff. So they would have had, you know, as soon as somebody saw it, they would have sent a runner to be like, hey, like that ship you told me to watch out for, it's about to dock.
Gotcha. At which point, then up on the deck is the 3 crates, and then I'll bring the captain. Personally, I'll bring the captain up out of the brig and bring him up and just yes, for terms of surrender, we need your presence. We appreciate you, sir. Take the scabbard off of him because we don't have a sword to present. And when we come up, make sure to hand the scabbard to. Is the Lady of Petals there, or just her emissary?
It's probably just the attendant who you've met previously.
Bring him up. The captain is not. He's probably not in irons, but ceremonially bound. You know, for presentation and everything else, it's just a matter of ceremony. Bring him up and hand him over along with the stamped cargo. The cargo. I mean, the cargo wasn't even like, the cargo was creme of the cream on the deal, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
But then delivering the captain as well to make an example out of is for her ladyship's benefit, and I hope she appreciates the vintage of this gift, I say to the attendant.
Very good, very good. The captain, I will say, as you hand him over, like looks at you like confusedly, looks at the attendant. See if he knows who this guy is.
I'm guessing it would have had like one or two strong members of the crew as well.
I see how it is.
Just to make sure.
But he just seems resigned. He kind of understands what's happening. Like he's confused why there isn't like a constable and why he's being led out ahead of them. But seeing the attendant, he's like, okay, well then.
I trust you to shepherd your cargo to its final destination, sir.
Yes, we will take the quickest way that I know. As his fingers, like, you know, sparkle a little bit with arcane energies. And grabbing the man, you see him probably dimension dooring out somewhere else. With this man in tow, presumably to like a prearranged location. Before too long, probably what you do, or he'll tell you to just have the crew leave the extra cargo on the deck, and you know, some people in the meantime will come and just, you know, unassuming dock hands come and take it off, and it leaves at that point. And you know, that's not too unusual for the crew. They don't even really think anything of it, other than, you know, it was done at night, slightly surreptitiously, but they understood what you were talking about, sort of thing, and they're getting paid. The Lady of Petals also will, in the morning, you will find probably one of the deckhands will bring in a small chest that was left for you out on the deck, signed with just a petal. Not even actually like drawn or written on. It's just like one blue petal is left up on placed on top of the chest, and you will find that there is 1,500 gold in that small chest.
Okay. Fair. You haven't left yet, correct?
I'll roll the thing. Where's my actual die? Ugh.
It depends on how early you would have left in the morning.
No, because he probably wanted to make breakfast for everybody.
Yeah, I will say I'll stop by your I'll stop by everything and hand you a purse of 50 gold and ask you personally to prepare a feast for the crew befitting their last mission, and ensuring that no one is able to stagger even after this feast is done.
I think Fair looks at the 50 gold and says, it costs so much more than 50 gold to feed this many people. But that's fine. I'll use some of my share.
No. You tell me what is equitable. I apologize. Didn't mean to undercut. This is the economies of scale are still difficult for me. So
that's all right. Sure. I will. I'll buy the things and you can reimburse me.
As you will.
And I think Fair, if you're there, seeing him in the kitchen while he's working, will say, I should let you know that I intend to leave the ship tomorrow after the feast.
Taking your share of the prize and going, or has something displeased you?
I have sailed on ships with people that lead the way that you do, and it does not suit me very well. So he kind of shrugs. It's like mainly that he's interested in a particularly chill lifestyle on a ship, even if it's hunting pirates, and it does not suit me quite the way that I would have hoped when I signed up, when Morgan mentioned this ship existed.
Alveron looks at you, and Alveron's eyes have gone to deepest blue, not like you've seen them go to the seafoam green, and there's a kind of sadness. Do you find me cruel?
It's not really for me to say how I find you, but I don't think you're cruel. Just think that everybody has the ways that they lead, and sometimes they don't connect very well with each other.
Ensure that you are reimbursed for the feast, and I trust you to make it one for the ages. And Alveron will leave, and there is a "am I a failure" aura about him as he goes into his meeting with Morgan.
Fair does not have the insight to ever notice that.
But I'll walk in. I guess I'll collect you, Morgan, as I'm walking back and bring you to captain's quarters to talk to you. This is all after I've handed over the other captain, correct?
Yeah.
Like that?
Yeah, this would be the next
Gotcha.
one. So that's all happened.
So, yeah. Have I been collected?
Yeah, you both
Yes.
you've just entered
I don't
into-
like the verb especially, but it's kind of like as I sweep you up as I
Yeah,
the captain's quarters.
Walk with me as you both enter the captain's quarters. Morgan, as I said, this is probably the first time you've been in here because you wouldn't have really had a reason to enter in here beforehand, other than maybe just to find Alveron. But you're looking around and like I mentioned before, it's a little bare. Like it definitely doesn't. You notice that the ship is not quite lived in yet, and that's something that you kind of pick up on. In comparison, especially in comparison to your other ships, this is probably the first time you've been on like a brand new ship that's never really been sailed before. It's missing all the small nicks and marks and repair patches and stuff. It's got a couple that have been added since the recent fight, but it's very subdued in that respect.
I got you. Before Morgan starts this conversation, when I rolled earlier to learn about their name is the Blue Orchids, right? The gang. Do I know who their leader is?
You got like what did you have, like a 22 or a 17? Was that your roll?
I think it was a 22.
Yeah, it was a 22.
You would, and this is a small work of things that we haven't really discussed. Your understanding that the leader of the Blue Orchids is I'll check my notes. Is an Elcar man by the name of Therendal.
Oh, okay.
And this is something Alveron would know. The Lady of the Petals does not lead the Blue Orchids. She's like above them even. Like she controls all of the gangs. So I don't think that's something that Morgan would necessarily pick up on. Just because they're lacking that context, there's no way for you to roll a check to have known that he's working for the Lady of the Petals.
I see.
Gotcha.
Well, I would let you. You can make an insight check actually.
Okay.
I think your roll tells you know enough about like the underground here. 13. Okay, no, you wouldn't be aware of that. You think that this is connected to the Blue Orchid somehow, or just because. And well, the other thing is just because the cargoes of the Blue Orchids doesn't necessarily mean that you know that Alveron's giving it to the Blue Orchids. He could be giving it to any number of people. You just know that he's clandestinely giving it to someone.
Okay. If that's the case, I think she'll start out by saying, thank you for agreeing to meet with me, Captain. And she looks a little...
You served incredibly well on the guns throughout each of our combats. I'm happy to discuss with you. What do you need?
She gives like a little head nod of appreciation for that compliment, but says, I noticed on our return back that we appeared to be carrying merchandise or inventory or such for the street gang known as the Blue Orchids. If I may be so bold, may I ask if you are working with them?
Working with them? No. The only way to find out where the Blackened Skies was going to be was to clean up the mess that I did and take the pirate crew that we did. By doing so, we gained an informant who let us know where the Blackened Skies will be in the coming weeks. And I haven't received that information yet, right, Andrew?
No, you have not. Presumably, they will send you a missive with that info.
Gotcha. So by trading the service of taking out these pirates, as well as the extra service of recovering some of their stolen goods, we gained an informant within the Blue Lotus, within this group, in order to gain the information that we needed to hunt our larger target. But no, I am not a servant of this group, nor do I work for them.
I think at that, she's actually going to look visibly disappointed and say, that's a bit of a shame, really. I know you don't know much about me, but I am a cleric of Alamein. My goal is to gain knowledge. I had been hoping, as someone that has been working to gather knowledge within the bounds of the law for quite some time, that perhaps working with a group such as that might be helpful to my goals. But seems that perhaps you are not familiar with the leader of the Blue Orchids after all.
Do you say this in like a cutting way, or are you just upset?
Not upset. She's just like disappointed. Like, damn, that could have been helpful, but I guess it's a missed connection. And she quickly realizes that she was showing the disappointment and says, this will not affect in any way my service. I promise to help you on your quest, and I will. It was just more for my own ends that I was asking. And she looks a little embarrassed.
Mrs. Morgan, if you don't mind me asking, the knowledge you are seeking, what would you do with it?
She pauses for a moment and says, have you heard of the Seekers of the Lost?
I look over at my mostly empty bookshelves, look over at you with a wry smile. Enlighten me.
She nods and says, very well. As a cleric of Alamein, it is my duty to gather knowledge and make sure that it can be learned from, appreciated. And as a seeker of the lost, I make sure that knowledge that's been lost to the ages is found once more and can be useful. But as someone that's been working again recently, the many lawful people, I've found that my sources of information have been drying up, and thought perhaps that a group such as this might be helpful.
I'll walk over to my desk that's in my captain's quarters, open one of the drawers, and pull out one of the stamps that is Lady of the Petals. And because I have a few of those stamps left, I guess, at this point. And I will quickly write on it, Captain Alveron beseeches a favor. Fold that sheet that has that seal of the petal on it, tuck it into an envelope and seal it, and sign and address it to my lady, and hand it to you, and say, your service was exemplary. I understand that desire that takes you to know the things that haunt and claw at the center of you, and you see the eyes turn a little seafoam green at that point. Take this. It should be good for one favor, but the favor is from this lady. I will caution you, do cost. My service here should buy much of it, but do not be surprised if you still owe something for the knowledge you seek.
I think she will take the envelope that you've made, and she looks a little confused when you mentioned a lady, because she believes the leader is a male Elkar, but she'll give you a very deep bow and say, "Thank you, Captain. I won't forget this, but I also promise to you that while I continue my search for knowledge, that I will uphold my deals, and I will be here for your fight against the Blackened Skies." And she'll kind of see herself out.
As you're having this conversation, Morgan, or actually, well, as you're thinking about it as you leave, can I get you to make an Arcana check?
Sure. Yeah.
Sorry, at advantage. My bad.
Oh, sure. I'll just roll that again. That's better.
As you're talking with Alveron, you notice this sort of shifting eye color, which has been mentioned a couple times, and like you've maybe seen it but didn't think that much of it. But you're thinking back to like the display on the ship, and of everything about them, and you're kind of remembering a story about something that in common probably translates to the sea touched. And I'm going to message you some information in between sessions that you will have about that.
Okay. Yeah, I think that Morgan will just go back to wherever her quarters are and think about that.
Okay. As we wrap up, Bear finishes putting together the feast. He even outdoes the first meal, making an even better one for partially his going away, partially celebrating this victory. And we kind of end with the crew now having, coin in their pocket, bonded over a victory, and ready to take on whatever is coming next. That's where we're going to end today's session.
I wanted to do one last thing with Bear.
No, I'm not allowing it. Go ahead.
Bear, over like the next week, invests his share back into his family business, but also gets one of the tailors in his family to make a flag, which is the Suthana's symbol, but overlaid with that deep blue eye that Alveron had, as a watchful eye to look out for pirates. He tells them that he doesn't know how to do herald, but he'll have that delivered to Morgan on the ship. He might show up to deliver it to Morgan on the ship, and just hands it to Morgan, and then invites Morgan to have tea at his house at some point when she's free.
I think
and Morgan's been to his house already. they're old friends. It's not like a new thing.
Yeah, I think that she'll nod and happily accept the invitation. She'll probably say something to the effect of, it's as always, it's sad to say goodbye, but I'm sure that it's just for now and not forever. And she'll give you, I guess, a hug. She'll give you a hug.
Yeah. He returns the hug very affectionately and says, "Don't worry. The only one of us that will have to say forever goodbye is me when you die."
She is not offended by that. She just laughs.
And he goes off to. He probably works for his family for a bit until the next ship that is interesting enough.
All right, and that's where we're going to wrap up with Alveron maybe looking over this blue eye flag in his desk at the captain quarters. Thanks everybody for coming out. I know we had some new people in here. Some of the people from some things we're going to be doing, which are one shots that we have planned. Probably starting in the next couple weeks from this point in time. But this is the first time we're talking about it on stream. They should be fun. I'm really excited for them. They're more like, I've been calling them mini campaigns because they're between kind of, a couple to 2 to 3 sessions is what I've been saying. Although they might go longer, they might go just one session. We'll see what they end up looking like. But other than that, thanks everybody for coming, and have a good one.
Toodaloo.